Welcome to Yankton Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank of Yankton. This broadcast is made possible by the following Sportscaster Club members: Midwest Insurance Agency, Murph's Appliance, Yankton Thrive, Stockman's Motorsports, Les Schwab Tires, Linda's Angel Crossing, MT and RC Smith Insurance Agency, Hy-Vee, Vichy, Elwood Dental, Floortech Restoration, Angela's Mexican Store, Yankton Rexall, KSC Taco Bell, SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, Slumberland, Larry's Heating and Cooling, America's Best Realty, Larson Carpet, Elkhorn Valley Bank, Anytime Fitness, King Buffet and Mongolian Grill, Yankton Medical Clinic, All Seasons Power Sports, Kaiser Heating and Cooling, Wince and Ray Funeral Home, First Dakota National Bank, JR's Oasis, Intech Cleaning and Restoration, The Bone Setter, Triple Time Rudy's, Farmers Union Insurance, Meridian Photo, Graham Tire, Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts, Kalen's Indoor Comfort, H&H Roofing, Boss's Pizza and Chicken, Wall of Fame, Midwest Ready Mix and Clark's Rentals, and Raven Books. Now, for the Anytime Fitness pregame show with the voice of Yankton Athletics, Zach Spear.
Hello and welcome to the Summit Activity Center for Yankton Bucks and Gazelles basketball on the second day of a back-to-back double headers, as now they host the Rapid City Central Cobblers. We're live and on air on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. All Yankton Athletics presented by First Dakota National Bank of Yankton. First Dakota has proudly supported the dreams and banking needs of their customers for over 150 years. They offer personal, business, and ag banking solutions for every stage of your journey, with 2 locations, downtown and North Broadway, Yankton. Again, more basketball action for both the Bucks and Gazelles, back-to-back days with doubleheaders. Hosting the Rapid City Central Cobblers here today. And first up, the Gazelles. Yankton and Rapid City Central both played last night, with the Gazelles taking on the Rapid City Stevens Raiders, while the Cobblers took on Harrisburg. Yankton lost with a final score of 45-68, and the Cobblers also lost, and their final score being 27-47. So really kind of opposite games there, with the Gazelles maybe a little higher scoring and a very low scoring game for the Cobblers. Now these are two teams in very similar situations, and that's going to make this a huge game as far as standings and seed points go. The higher you can climb in the standings, the better, because if you can avoid taking on O'Gorman, Brandon Valley, Aberdeen Central, Sioux Falls, Washington, and Rapid City Stevens in the SODAC 16, your chances are going to greatly improve. Let's take a look now at how the numbers compare so far this season. For Yankton, scoring 45.5 points per game. Rapid City Central, 44.9 points per game. A half point per game difference. And defense is where there is a slight difference. Yankton allowing 54 points per game. Rapid City Central, 49.8. Yankton's average game still within 9 points. It's an 8.5 point difference on average, favoring the opponent of the Gazelles. For Rapid City Central, their average game within 5 points as an average difference of minus 4.9 points per game, game in, game out. Last year when they played, it was 61, Rapid City Central beating Yankton 61-49. And it was a fairly close game. Now, fouling to force free throws at the end of the game made the score a little bit more lopsided than it truly was. The numbers this year are about as close as they can get, with the Cobblers scoring just a little more each game and giving up slightly less points per game defensively. As I've said before, and I'm going to continue to say, the Gazelles have been playing some of their best basketball this season as of late, and Coach Savvy and his squad are feeling up to any challenge. Now, on the flip side, it did kind of feel like last night maybe was not the Gazelles' best performance. Their first time taking the floor in 8 days, and you feel like that maybe somewhat affected it. But either way, you can't use that as an excuse, and I know Coach Savvy certainly didn't for his squad. He just said they didn't come out ready to play in that first quarter was really the difference between them and Rapid City Stevens, as Yankton actually outscored the Raiders by 4 points in the second half. Looking at today, they're not separated by many seed points at all in the standings, and the difference between a win and a loss in this game, well, it could certainly put one or the other on top of each other by the time we hit the SODAC 16. For Yankton, again coming off a game against arguably the best defense in AA in the Rapid City Stevens Raiders as far as points per game given up. the Raiders as good as anyone. It would be nice to see Yankton's offense get out to a quick start. For Central, it feels like if they play a good defensive game, they are going to give themselves a good chance for a win today. So Yankton's offense, Rapid City Central's defense, I think that is going to be the battle on the floor here tonight, as Yankton's defense feels like it's been kind of closing in, playing better as of late. And their offense can be streaky if they can get that rolling here tonight. I think they'll put themselves in a good position to win. Entering this game, the Gazelles at 5-9 on the season. For Rapid City Central, currently 6-9, so only a one-game difference. We'll see who comes out on top later today. As tip-off set for 12:30, we're not quite to halftime yet of the sophomore game being played on the floor, so we are certainly going to be pushed back a little bit. Right now on the floor, sophomore Rapid City Central on top of the Gazelles, 20-8 with 2:05 to play in the second quarter of action. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll continue on with our Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show. Anytime Fitness Yankton, let's make healthy happen. This is Gazelles basketball on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, I need your help. I'm in a real pickle.
How can we help? We clean carpets, furnace and duct cleaning, mold remediation, fire restoration, water damage restoration, office cleaning, and much more.
No, Jerry, I'm in a real pickle. I'm stuck and I can't get out. Hang on, I'll send you pics so you can see what I mean.
Oh my gosh. When you need it clean, call the Intech team, fixing pickles since 1984.
At Anytime Fitness Yankton, your fitness journey starts with one step, and Anytime Fitness will be with you every step of the way. Open 24 hours a day with top-of-the-line equipment and guidance you need to reach your goals. Plus, your membership gives you access to every Anytime Fitness gym anywhere. No matter your goals, no matter the time, you belong at Anytime Fitness Yankton. Located at 2509 Fox Run Parkway. Start today at Anytime Fitness, where your fitness journey never stops.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small. Just as it should be. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose, a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of choices to make sure you have the perfect coverage to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
Welcome to Wall of Fame, where style meets customization, specializing in crafting custom clothing and print shirts. We ensure every stitch and every print is of the highest quality, so you get the best clothes every time. We're here for all your promotion needs, and the best part, our process is seamless. Simply share your designs with us and we'll handle the rest. Get custom clothes for the best price. Wall of Fame.
Triple Time Rudy's on the corner of 16th and Broadway, Yankton. Stop in and check out their wide variety of items. Grab some snacks, whether you want chips, popcorn, or something sweet, they have it. Ice cold beverages, or when you need that boost in the morning, coffee. You can also grab the best locally produced meats, meat sticks, and cheeses in the area, guaranteed fresh. For those hot days, grab a Freezy too. Get all your car needs and 5 cents off a gallon when using cash. All at Triple Time Rudy's, Yankton.
The Bonesetter Chiropractic, Yankton. I'm Dr. TJ Stotz. When you need chiropractic, we're here. We use a hands-on approach, decompression traction, electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and state-of-the-art examination techniques. We're happy to offer exercise and supplement advice as well. The Bonesetter Chiropractic, 215 Mulberry, Suite 9, Yankton. Call or text 605-401-5701. Bringing you comfort when there's discomfort.
And back on our Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show, live on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. I'm Zach Spear alongside Gage Ravelette and Logan Zeman here, helping out with Gage on color and Logan helping out on camera. And Gage coming up for the Gazelles. Again, Yankton 5-9 on the season. Rapid City Central 6-9. A very important game here tonight. What are you looking to see from both sides in this one?
First I just got to say the Gazelles are hot right now. The last time I was here we traveled to Huron, and quite the road trip for me and you to go up to Huron and watch the Gazelles in that arena. And that just feels like the turning point of their season. That they started their streak with that game, and now they seem to be rolling. I mean, they do have 2 losses, one of which a really good Brandon Valley team. Now, do I dare say that they're going to win the state championship? And then a really good Stevens team, who's right up there for a high placing at state, if not the championship. So, other than that, they're three wins out of their last 5 games. They are rolling right now at the perfect time as we head to the postseason. And we kind of talked about it off air a little bit. I'd like to see the Gazelles offense get rolling a little bit, get Rao going behind the arc in the paint, wherever she can score, pretty much wherever. And even Wolfgram, just does her thing, whether she scores right away to open up the floor for her teammates, or she finds her teammates early on in the game to open up the floor for herself. Either or, I don't think it's going to matter. The Gazelles just have to get going early.
And for Yankton, I kind of mentioned how close they are in the standings here. They are the 13 and 12 seeds in AA right now. And after last night's game, because coming into last night's games, they were very close. They were still the 12 and 13 seed. The gap has just now been narrowed even more as Yankton fell to Rapid City Stevens, who has a better record than Harrisburg, who Rapid City Central just lost to. So Yankton, the benefactor of playing a, so to speak, better team. But right now, Rapid City Central is at exactly 39 seed points. Yankton is at 38.929. That is a .071. It's not even 1/10 of a point difference between these two teams in the standings. And, of course, a win is going to get you a lot of seed points over what you're used to getting. A win tonight is 44 seed points for whoever ends up coming out on top. So, really, a lot of potential here for Yankton. You kind of mentioned that Huron game being the turning point of their season. I couldn't agree more. And I know you saw Coach Savvy after that game. I'm not sure I've seen him as energetic, as hyped up as I have after that game. And right away, that just tells me that was a huge game for Yankton.
Yeah, just a little relief off his shoulders. The whole weight of probably just this Yankton town just taken off of them. They finally got the win they needed. They finally seen something on the court that they could build off of. Going back on that seed point game, not only is this game big for Yankton to jump Rapid City Central, who's 12th in the power points, but Huron's 11th right now in the power points, and they're not far behind Huron as well. So if they can jump 2 spots with a win here tonight, that'd be huge for their seeding come SODAC 16.
And that's for sure because, again, you don't want to take on Brandon Valley, O'Gorman, Aberdeen Central, Sioux Falls, Washington, or Rapid City Stevens. Now, of course, there's still some really good teams that aren't in those categories, including Sioux Falls, Jefferson, Mitchell, and then T-Area, who we have yet to see. That is currently the top 8 teams in the standings. But for Yankton, I'm pretty confident they would rather see a team like Mitchell than they would one of those top teams. Right now, again, it does feel like Brandon Valley and O'Gorman kind of running away as the top 2 teams in AA. And it's kind of hard to argue that. When Brandon Valley's undefeated, they almost lost last night. They were trailing by 8 points with 6 minutes left in their game to Marshall, Minnesota, but made the comeback, won 69-68, a 1-point victory. And you know how good that's got to feel for them, coming away with a 1-point win when you're up to this point, perfect season almost came to a close. And then you look at O'Gorman, 16-1 on the year. Well, their one loss is to none other than Brandon Valley. So those are the absolute 2 you don't want anything to see with those. You feel like you have a better chance once you get past those 2. Then you feel like it's your next grouping of 3 with Aberdeen Central, Sioux Falls, Washington, Rapid City Stevens. And then if you can get out of that category, it just bumps up your chances a little bit more. And Yankton's really got some winnable games coming here down the late stretch of the season.
Yeah, and just to touch on the kind of the O'Gorman point a little bit more, their only loss is to Brandon Valley, and that was the first game of the year, a rematch of last year's state championship. You have to think, Brandon Valley wanted that game a little bit more. They wanted to win. They wanted to get a little get back for their loss in the state champion, but that was the first game of the year. It's been a long season since then. O'Gorman has only gotten better. Them 2 top teams way above the pack, in my opinion. There's nobody that's going to touch them until this state tournament where anything to happen. But, yeah, no one's at their level right now. You know, as you mentioned, kind of an easier schedule. Still some tough games for Yankton. You know, I play Sioux Falls Christian after next week on Tuesday, and that's a good team.
That's a very good Class A team.
T after that, and I just watched T yesterday, a really good girls team there. Brookings, that's a winnable game they need to have if they want to secure that 10 or 11 spot in the seeding points, and then a road trip to Spearfish and Douglas. I mean, if you split one of them games, you beat Brookings, and you can maybe even steal a game against T or Sioux Falls Christian, you should have that 10, maybe even 9 spot locked up for the Sodak 16 to help your chances even more.
And if you get up to that 10-ish, maybe 11-ish spot in that Class AA standings, you know, then you're looking more like you're going to play Mitchell, possibly T area, Spearfish, teams where you feel a lot more confident against. So, of course, this is kind of what media guys talking about the season rather than coaches. Every time you talk with a coach, they're like, well, we're not really looking too much at seed points. And, of course, I did ask Coach Savvy about, hey, you know, you're right next to them in the standings. And he did talk about it like, yeah, I understand it's a big game, but, you know, we do have to take this one game at a time. And for Yankton, well, it's going to be here today against Rapid City Central. This could arguably be the biggest game of their season. Two evenly close ranked teams, and really could drastically change where your standings are here in AA. We'll take a quick break. We'll step aside, and when we return, we'll go over some other area games. We'll recap the games around the state from last night's action, talk about some other games going on today, and the media polls, and maybe even dig a little bit into the upcoming Bucks and Cobblers game. That's all here on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
Authentic Mexican food goods with the family touch is here in Yankton at Angela's Mexican Store. From fresh produce and meats to the spices and the snacks you miss from home. Traveling or just moved? No problem. They accept money from many different countries. Check out the different kinds of money on the wall. Family owned, family loved. They treat you like family. Angela's Mexican Store, where culture meets community. Stop in today.
Les Schwab Tires, located at 2809 Broadway in Yankton. It's the place to buy tires with all different tread types to fit your needs and rims ready to make your vehicle shine. Not only do they sell tires, they fix them too. Flats, brakes, alignments, and more. You can feel confident that your car will be taken care of. No waiting for your tires, they should have them in stock. If you're looking for tractor or semi-tires, those are available too. Les Schwab Tires, where the sign says it all.
MT and RC Smith Insurance has been a part of the Yankton community since 1949. Our agency would love to help you with your home, auto, business, life, and long-term care insurance needs.
We take pride in providing you with quality service when you have a claim or need to make changes to your coverage.
The MT and RC Smith Insurance Agency is flexible to meet with you in person or at the office at 204 West 4th Street. Give them a call for insurance changes, payments, claims, or service requests.
Craving something boss-level delicious? Come out to Boss Pizza and Chicken, where flavor meets delicious and delicious meets drooling. Your taste buds won't be the same when you taste the bold flavors of Boss Pizza and Chicken. From crispy chicken to juicy burgers to handcrafted specialty pizzas, Boss has it all. Serving lunch and dinner Monday through Sunday starting at 11 o'clock. That's why they're the boss. Boss Pizza and Chicken, just waiting to crush your cravings.
Warmer days are coming, and sooner or later your air conditioning will need to kick in as well. But what if it doesn't? Well, don't wait. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling. With 43 years in the business, we're very knowledgeable on what we do and how we serve our customers. You can rest assured that when you call day or night, someone will always pick up the call. Join our elite club today and become a priority member. Skip the line, get discounts on services, and have no overtime fees. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling for expert service from factory-trained technicians.
Slumberland Furniture at 2401 Broadway in Yankton, home of Kirkland Furniture Group's, bedroom groups by Laguna, and dining sets by Tower and Catadel. They're also the only place to offer furniture by Flex Steel and the biggest selection of Lazy Boy in the area. The Mattress Gallery is full of the best brand name mattresses in the business, including the all-new Tempur-Pedic Active Breeze personalized climate-controlled mattress. Slumberland Furniture, dining, bedroom sets, and mattresses in Yankton.
And back for Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show. Let's take a look at some of the scores around the state, games going on around the state, and then a recap of last night's action. Let's actually start with what happened last night and how that maybe could shake up the standings. T-Area defeated Sioux City East Iowa with a final score of 62-48. Again, this is girls AA basketball. Harrisburg beat Rapid City Central, who we'll see later today on the floor. The final score 47-27. Number 2 ranked O'Gorman beat number 3 ranked Sioux Falls, Washington 84-58. Engage, it's kind of exactly as we talked. Those top two are top two for a reason. You have the number 2 team beating the number 3 team by 26 points. It shows a clear difference in play at the top end level.
Yeah, it almost just feels unfair. If you look at that, them two teams are just so high above the rest that, almost doesn't feel like they have a chance. But, I watch a lot of college basketball, and every year I'm reminded once you get to that state tournament, anything can happen, anything can change. So, it should be a good, exciting state tournament regardless of the effect.
Well, and that's the thing. You and I have actually been able to cover a few different teams at the state tournament together before, and we know that, it's absolutely any game. That's why they play the games. They don't just look at who's better on paper. You play the games because anything truly can happen. So, of course, last night the Gazelles falling to number 4 ranked Rapid City Stevens, 68-45. And I tell you what, the Rapid City Stevens Raiders certainly a very good team in AA, and they'll be looking to make a statement at the tournament coming up later this season. Sioux Falls Roosevelt came away with a tight win over Watertown. The final score 51-49. Again, number 1 ranked Brandon Valley and a nail-biter against Marshall, Minnesota. And they made the comeback in the fourth quarter to win 69-68, nearly losing their perfect record. Sturgis Brown was able to defeat Hot Springs 55-24. And in the final game in girls AA, Sioux Falls Jefferson toppled Brookings 62-37. In boys AA last night, number 1 ranked Sioux Falls Lincoln, number 1 ranked for a reason. They're also undefeated, and they'll stay number 1 ranked until they lose. They beat Brandon Valley, who's receiving votes 84-49. So just such a good team in Sioux Falls Lincoln. On the boys' side of things, that is the number 1 team you certainly don't want to see. Sioux Falls Jefferson defeated Brookings 76-51. Number 5 ranked T-Area in a nail-biter against Sioux City East Iowa, winning that one 56-55. Number 3 ranked Harrisburg had a close one where Rapid City Central was actually leading them late in the game, ended up winning by double digits. It was 62-52. They put away the Cobblers. Last night it was a great game for the Bucks, who won 65-32 over Rapid City Stevens. O'Gorman, the Knights beat Sioux Falls, Washington. The final score 68-50. Watertown, who was receiving votes, defeated number 2 ranked Sioux Falls Roosevelt 71-68. That is an upset. We didn't have that score officially updated last night when we kind of gave our closing remarks on the stream. So this is the first I'm seeing of this, that Sioux Falls Roosevelt fell to Watertown. The Arrows, they could be a dark horse pick for the state tournament. And then in the final game, Sturgis Brown defeated Hot Springs 60-34. But Sioux Falls Roosevelt, that's a team, they were number 2 ranked. The Bucks actually led them at the half by 1 earlier in this season. That was last week, and ended up losing by about 12 points. But it really showed they could compete with anyone. So right now, it's outside of Sioux Falls Lincoln, it feels like boys AA, there's a lot of movement between those 2 to 5 spots of who truly is the second best, third best, so forth, so on.
Yeah, that Roosevelt team just has a ton of athletes on their roster, just high-flying guys. I don't want to call them Anthony Edward type players, but I seen them earlier in the season a little bit, and man, they got a lot of players who can shoot. They got a lot of players that can just be high flyers, go dunk the basketball. I think the one clip I remember from that game earlier in the season, I don't remember who it was, went up for a dunk, and he almost jumped too high where he dunked the ball too deep into the rim, and he missed because he jumped too high. So watching that Roosevelt team is fun because of how athletic and just terrific athletes that they are. And, just to touch on Lincoln, because you almost have to when you talk about boys basketball, man, they are so good. Between Brody Schaefer, or I think that's how you say his name, Schaefer, and Sam DeGroot, I mean, just two excellent basketball players, and, they're number one for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got multiple all-state level players, it usually comes together quite nicely for you. And just a lot of size on that time as well. Brody Knorr is another player I'd like to shout out from that team, as just seeing him, a junior guard. The Bucks, they're not going to love having to see him next year, I'll tell you that much. Really just did a great job. By the way, on the floor here, it is 32-13 with Rapid City Central in the lead over the sophomore Gazelles. 4:21 to play in the third quarter of action. Again, we're set to get the varsity tipped off in about 4 minutes here. Well, we've got another quarter yet to play after this and then warm up. So, well, we'll just keep on keeping on. Let's look at some of the other games going on today. As for a Saturday, a decent amount of games. Of course, we'll see Rapid City Central against Yankton. Rapid City Central again with a 6-9 record. The Gazelles 5-9. Number 4 ranked Rapid City Stevens, who we just saw last night against Harrisburg. That'll be at 1 o'clock. Sioux Falls Lincoln as taking on the number 1 ranked Brandon Valley Lynx. And Sioux Falls Lincoln looking for their first win of the season. And that's certainly a tough opponent to try and get that done against. And then Douglas takes on the number 1 ranked Class A team in Makpia-Luta. And Makpia-Luta, for a Class A team, they could certainly compete with most AA teams. 17-0 on their season so far. Really just impressed with what we've seen from them so far. And then also going on today in boys AA. Of course, after this one, it'll be Rapid City Central against Yankton. Central with a 3-12 record. Yankton with a 3-11 record. So that's another one where close in the standings, close record, could be a big game for both sides. Rapid City Stevens will take on number 3 ranked Harrisburg. And then again, Douglas against Makpia-Luta, who is ranked 8th in Class A for boys. We'll take another break. When we return, we'll chat about what we last saw on the floor from the Bucks and Gazelles last night, and maybe some more on what to expect in tonight's game. Today's game, I should say, used to having night games. This one set to start at, we'll probably be looking towards a little closer to 1 o'clock on the tip-off. We'll just have to wait and see when that does get tipped off, as right now Rapid City Central leads 33-13 halfway through our third quarter of action. We'll be back in a moment here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Doctors Lane, Reed, and Cole Swatsky make up the SWAT Chiropractic team. Check out their new location at 2000 Summit Street, Yankton, South Dakota. At SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, they'll treat your neck and back pain, headaches and migraines, plantar fasciitis, sciatica, sports injuries, elbow, knee, rotator cuff, nerve injuries, and more. SWAT Chiropractic, specialized wellness and therapy. Let them get you ready for wherever life leads you.
There's a whole new world out there. It's called the off-road, and it's waiting to be explored in a Polaris. So gear up to make every moment count with the Polaris off-road vehicle. The new Polaris models are now available at Stockman's Motorsports in Yankton. No matter the weather, get ready to tackle all the trails. With machines like these, your world just gets bigger. Stop in at Stockman's Motorsports today to learn more about the epic new Polaris off-road lineup.
Imagine working for a successful global business with customers in 140 countries. That's Vishay Intertechnology, a Fortune 1000 maker of electronic componentry. Now imagine a company of that size with that kind of stability and a caring family-like environment. Learn more about what you can do at Vishay by visiting Vishay.com. vishay.careers.com. Vishay is an equal opportunity employer. Vishay, the DNA of tech.
When you need top-notch appliances that last, trust the experts at Murph's Appliance. From washers and dryers to refrigerators, they have all the trusted brands to keep your home running smoothly. At Murph's, you'll find Maytag appliances built for durability and service you can count on. Whether it's a new oven or a repair, they're there for you every step of the way. Stop on down to Murph's Appliance, your local Maytag dealer in Vermilion. Maytag and Murph's, reliable just like you.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
I should have had those brakes checked at Graham Tire. It's all about safety. Tire mounting, balancing, wheel alignment, and shocks and struts and batteries, oil changes, and lube service. Graham Tire does these every day. And there's over an acre of tires. Graham Tire has them all, big and small. Tires for cars, trucks, campers, trailers, big rigs, and tracks. Honesty and integrity is a matter of pride since 1951. Graham Tire, Yankton.
Midwest Insurance Agency values family. Our agency has been family-run for over 60 years. We pride ourselves on excellent, knowledgeable customer service. This day and age, everyone is so eager to have an immediate response with a quote. But at Midwest Insurance, we take our time and evaluate your assets and make sure you are properly insured. We take those what-ifs very seriously. As we continue on our family business with hopes of our children, Brooke or Jet, taking over in the future, we will continue to be there for you always. Come be a part of our family. Midwest Insurance Agency, 3016 Piper Street, Yankton.
And back on the floor as we await the matchup between the Varsity Gazelles and Rapid City Central Cobblers. Still in the late third quarter of the sophomore game here, so we are still a little bit of ways out here. 2:16 to play in this one. It's 33-14, and a lane violation here. The free throw attempt was no good, so no harm, no foul. But Rapid City Central currently leads 33-14. We'll take a look at the stats from last night's games for both the Bucks and Gazelles, who both took on Rapid City Stevens. For the Gazelles, they lost 68-45. Again, it was that first quarter where things really got out of hand early. They were trailing by as much as 27, and that was heading into the half. The Gazelles ended up outscoring then the Raiders by 4 in the second half. In that one, Jocelyn Elwood with 6 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 steals. Aiden Wolfgram, 15 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 4 steals. Nora Kraske with 9 points, 5 rebounds, and an assist. Jordan Cooter with 6 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. And for the starters to round off, September Rao, 8 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and a steal. Off of the bench, we saw contributions from Kelson Wells, who had 4 points, 3 rebounds, an assist, and 2 steals. Brenna Elwood with 4 points and 2 rebounds. In that one, we also saw Addison Muth, Isabel Sheldon, Sabrina Kraske, Olivia Woods, and Madeline Terashinsky. It was senior night as well last night, so again, just great to have the seniors on the squad. The seniors for Yankton this season are Nora Kraske, Sabrina Kraske, Addison Muth, and Kelson Wells. Into the Bucks basketball game. What a game it was for Yankton. They won 65-32. They led as much as 38 in that one over the Raiders. Beck Reichen had 4 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals. Owen Eidsness, a nice game, 14 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals. Jackson Kudera with 28 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, and a steal. And again, he got taken out pretty early as the game was already over. I got to think if he played that whole game, he might have had 40 points in it. 6 threes he knocked down throughout the game, and I think he only missed 2. It was just quite the performance from him and really helped lead his team to a victory in that one. Abe O'Brien had 6 points, 1 rebound, and 4 assists. And Austin Conway with 2 points, 7 rebounds, and a block. Coming off the bench for Yankton last night, we saw a lot from Ivan Hirschman, who had 2 rebounds. Miles Drotzman, 2 points, 5 rebounds, and assist. And for a not-so-tall guy, a huge swat on the defensive side of the floor. Grady Walder had 6 points off of 2 triples and 2 rebounds. Jackson Riken had 1 point and 2 assists. We also saw contributions from Talon Harms and Carson Krall on the floor. And one thing that stood out to me is Yankton only had 5 total fouls in their game last night from the Bucks. And Gage, if you only foul 5 times during the entire course of a game, you're going to win a lot of basketball games.
Yeah, you don't really give up any free points. I mean, they don't go 100% from the line, of course, but just limiting the chances for them to score points is huge in the game of basketball. And I think sometimes it kind of flies under the radar. Just limiting the number of overall possessions that you give a team throughout the whole game, and even chances to the charity stripe. If you can limit that as much as you can in the game, you're going to come out on top, more than 50% of the time, of course. Probably has to be upwards of 80-90%. I don't have the statistics or anything, but you get what I mean.
Certainly helps your chances. For the Bucks, they picked up their 3rd win of the season. They'll be looking to get their 4th here. The Gazelles going to be looking for win number 6 on the season. As let's take a look at the remaining schedule for both the Bucks and the Gazelles. As still a chunk of games here to go throughout the season, but kind of nearing that final quarter of the regular season. So, of course, here today, a doubleheader, the Bucks and Gazelles hosting the Rapid City Central Cobblers. They're only going to be home one more time after this for the remainder of the season. Next Tuesday, as we kind of touched on, they'll be at Sioux Falls Christian. That will be a doubleheader, and actually every game from here on out is going to be a doubleheader with the Bucks and Gazelles both in action. So next Tuesday at Sioux Falls Christian, and then next Friday at home against the T-Area Titans, and that will be their final home game of the regular season. And then 3 straight doubleheaders to wrap up the season. That'll be at Brookings on February 24th. That is a Tuesday. And then a West River trip, a Friday and Saturday combo. First at Spearfish and then at Douglas. But again, just looking at the Gazelles right now, 5 wins on the season. You kind of look at their season with, right now, 6 games left. 3 are very winnable games. Not to say they couldn't lose them, and not to say they couldn't beat some of the other teams. But you feel like Yankton, their best route to getting good positioning in the Sodak 16 is taking the wins where you feel like you maybe are favored to win, or it's a very equal match. Like today, I think these are about as close of a team as you're going to get between the Gazelles and Rapid City Central. They're less than a 1/10 of a point, seed point difference in the standings. And then their records, only 1 more game played for the Cobblers, and that was a win. So they're 6-9 compared to Yankton's 5-9 record. Now at Sioux Falls Christian, that's a tough game. That is one of the best teams in all of Class A, 15-3. And then again, that next Tuesday against T-Area, that's maybe one of the teams that the Gazelles might see in that Sodak 16. Love to see, excited to see what they're going to play against them. But right now, T-Area 11-6. So, you feel like even if you give that one, maybe a loss. But then Brookings, a 2-13 team right now, you feel like that's very winnable. At Spearfish, they're 10-5. That's another tough game. And then at Douglas, who's 4-9. So of those 6 games, the very winnable games are going to be Rapid City Central, Douglas, and Brookings. And if you can win those 3 games, the Gazelles will certainly move up at least 1 or 2 spots in the standings. Right now at 13, if you can even get up to the 11th seed gauge, you're playing the 6th seed in AA. Again, it feels like you've got your for sure top 2, and then your for sure next 3 in there. If you can get up to that 11th seed, you feel like you got an okay chance of maybe making something happen come playoff time.
Yeah, they need a win here tonight. They need a win at Brookings. They need a win at Douglas. Those are games you just have to win if you want to put yourself in a position to make the state tournament. And if they can steal a game between Sioux Falls Christian and T-Area and Spearfish, if they can take one of them games, that should be enough to get them into even better of a spot than they should expect come Sodak 16. And just taking a look at this T-Area game, that's probably the easiest game on their schedule between the whole three. Spearfish receiving votes, Sioux Falls Christian top 5. But this T-area team is good. They're led by a freshman and number 15, Van Lacken. I seen her play yesterday, and heck of an athlete. She kind of does it all. She leads this team for T-area. It's going to be a big uphill challenge for the Yankton Bucks if they want to get over that 11th seed, but it's very doable if they come into it with that motivation and hunger to want to be in that state tournament.
And Coach Savvy certainly has his team bought into the program. They feel like they can take on anyone, and you got to have that confidence if you want to be competitors. So the Gazelles, some important games coming up here, and we'll take now a look at the Yankton Bucks remaining schedule, who also feel like they've got some games that they're going to have to win. Because looking at AA right now, Yankton has moved up after their win last night. They are officially in for the SODAC 16 if the season ended here today, of course. But for the last number of games, they have been outside of that top 16. So to just get into that, if the season ended today, they'd be taking on Sioux Falls Roosevelt. Now, Sioux Falls Roosevelt, the number 2 team in AA, but that is a team Yankton played really close, led at the half. We were within 4 points late in the fourth quarter. This Yankton Bucks team, I've said it a few times, they are certainly better than what their record might show. Feels like they're certainly better than a 3-11 team. But, Gage, I'm going to tell you this. 3-11 on the season, their point differential is minus 2.9. Their average game is within 3 points for a 3-win team. That right there just tells you they're better than what the numbers show.
Yeah, just the best to worst team. They're not the worst team by any means, but that's kind of the saying that goes along with it. They play everybody close. They give themselves a chance to win about every game. They just need to figure out how to get over the hump. And, one way to do that is to build momentum through the season. They got their win yesterday against Stevens. They have a chance to get a win tonight against Central. That can build a streak. Then they take on number 2 ranked Sioux Falls Christian as well. That's going to be a tough game. You almost can't expect that, but that shouldn't hurt the momentum where they can carry it into a number 5 ranked T-area. And, similar to the girls, that could be a big matchup for this Yankton team, a team that they're going to see still in the season. They have a good chance to play them in the SODAC 16 if the season runs out. So with T-area, they also play Spearfish later in the year as well. So those are 2 teams that they have a really good chance to see that SODAC 16 if they can play them close, give them the confidence to know that they can win them games. That can help them extraordinarily later in the SODAC 16 to maybe pull off the upset and get to the state tournament.
And so again for the Bucks, that Sioux Falls Christian team is next this upcoming Tuesday, a doubleheader. Sioux Falls Christian right now 14-1, one of the best teams in Class A. Tough matchup. And then on Friday, T-area, the Titans 12-4, again a tough matchup. So they've got some really still tough opponents to come here. But then against Brookings right now is 1-13. Now Brookings I've actually seen has competed well with some of the good teams in the state, so I'm not going to just pencil it in. Oh yeah, that's a win. That's a for sure win for Yankton. But it is a winnable game that you feel like they're going to have to take advantage of. Then at Spearfish, another very good team. They are currently 13-2 on the season. And then you wrap up your season against Douglas. So for Yankton, it's kind of the same teams for the Bucks and the Gazelles that I feel like they're going to have to win if they want to give themselves their best opportunity in the SODAC 16. For the Bucks, I think you need to beat Rapid City Central, Brookings, and Douglas. If you can do that, you end up with 6 wins on the season. Maybe not quite as many as you'd looked or hoped for, but if you can just start moving up, the Bucks have played everyone. The one team they really had not played very well, and Coach Haynes said it as well last night, is Sioux Falls Lincoln. The number 1 team in the state for a reason. They're undefeated, haven't lost, and there's a good chance they don't lose for the remainder of the season. We've already kind of touched on how good they are. But if Yankton can avoid them in the SODAC 16, they've given themselves a chance, because it doesn't feel as much sectioned off like the girls do on the top 5, where your top 2 are your top 2 undeniable. Then you've got a good 3 to 5 more who feel like they're another head and shoulders above the next group. With boys AA, it feels like you got Sioux Falls Lincoln, and I will say I do think Sioux Falls Roosevelt, the number 2 team. But as we saw, they fell to Watertown. The Bucks gave them a little bit of trouble. It doesn't feel like they're quite as head and shoulders above everyone as maybe Sioux Falls Lincoln is.
Yeah, and one loss in your season doesn't really matter. It's so hard to be perfect throughout a whole basketball season. There's so many games, so many chances for error. So one loss against Watertown shouldn't really hurt Roosevelt too much in the standings, PowerPoints, anything at all. The only downside is it now gives other teams a blueprint to beat you. What did Watertown do well to beat you? What did Yankton do so well to keep it that close? And how can we capitalize on that, potentially knock off Roosevelt as the next team? And Roosevelt's another team. Yankton played them that close. They seen Watertown beat them. If Yankton gets another shot, they might just be able to pull off the upset in the SODAC 16, or even late in the state tournament if they could make it.
And right now on the floor, it is 40-23 Rapid City Central. The sophomore girls currently lead the sophomore Gazelles, a 17-point difference with 4:06 to play in the fourth quarter, as we do see this coming now to a close here on the floor. We'll take a break. I got a chance to chat with head coach Blake Savvy. Couldn't get a hold of Tia Young. Well, did get a hold of her, but couldn't get an interview lined up with her, so we just got the starters from her and maybe some players to keep an eye on, as we'll talk about that after. But when we return, we'll have our chat with head coach Blake Savvy of the Gazelles. This is Yankton Athletics on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube. And real quick, would like to thank all of our Sportscaster Club members. We couldn't broadcast these games without your support, as well as our element sponsors that include First Dakota National Bank of Yankton, not only our corporate sponsor, but also our postgame sponsor. Pregame show that we're doing right now, brought to you by Anytime Fitness of Yankton. Starting lineups are brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion. Replays brought to you by Yankton Winnelson. Our halftime Beyond the Game brought to you by Kalen's Indoor Comfort Heating and Air Conditioning, with Vishay Yankton bringing you the halftime. Water breaks and timeouts are from Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton. Your scoreboard, the Fox Stop of Yankton, a full-service convenience store. And when we wrap things up, we always pick our hot hands of the game, essentially the game's MVP, and that's brought to you by Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton. For last night's action, the hot hands of the game were Jackson Kudera with his 28 points. Again, that was all in less than 3 quarters of play for Kudera. It was just a flamethrower of a game for him. And I gave it to Nora Kraske with her 9-point performance, as it felt like every time she shot the ball, it found its way to the bottom of the net. We'll take a break. When we return, our chat with Coach Savvy of the Gazelles.
Welcome to JR's Oasis, your one-stop food and gas shop. Proud to serve Phillips 66 regular, premium, and diesel fuel. After fueling, go inside for slushies and shakes, ice cream cones, and now offering a full line of healthy, chilled items and snacks. JR's hot menu is great for breakfast, lunch, and supper, featuring the famous Hammer Breakfast Sandwich and fresh hand patty burgers. Try the new Cafe Tango frozen coffees for that extra boost of deliciousness. JR's Oasis, East Highway 50, Yankton.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you gotta call Kalen's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
They put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kalen's to anyone.
From simple sniffles to complex health conditions, the primary care providers at Yankton Medical Clinic will not only see you for your annual visits, screenings, and preventative care, but also provides care for the entire family, from pediatrics to adults. With 4 clinic locations and 15 outreach locations throughout South Dakota and Nebraska, compassionate, quality medical care is closer than you think. For more information on providers, services, and locations, visit our website, yanktonmedicalclinic.com.
If you're into hunting, fishing, towing, or just want to blaze the trail, All Seasons has ATVs, UTVs, dirt bikes, and scooters from quality brands like Honda, Yamaha, and CF Moto. Needing watercraft? All Seasons has a large selection of quality boats and wave runners, and we take pride in service after the sale. We have friendly certified technicians that will winterize, summarize, diagnose, and repair your power sports equipment. In business for over 20 years for good reasons. We're All Seasons, Power Sports and Marine in Yankton.
Do you like to read? I I love to read. So does Rapid Books, your unique bookstore in Yankton, where you'll find thousands of books from brand new to gently used oldies but goodies, all at unbeatable prices. Trade in your old favorites for credit and be able to explore something new. Whether you're a casual reader or a bookworm, Rapid Books is your next chapter, located at 804 Bill Baggs Road. Rapid Books, where every book finds a home.
Weather around here gets pretty crazy. Are you sure the weather hasn't caused damage to your roof? Let Justice at H&H Roofing in Yankton take any roof damage worries away. He'll come and inspect your roof. Even if you've had an inspection, get a second opinion or re-inspection for your peace of mind. H&H Roofing has built their reputation on working to satisfy homeowners for years. Family owned and operated. H&H Roofing is bonded and insured. Contact Justice today.
Back on our coaches' conversations, chatting with Blake Savvy of the Yankton Gazelles. Coach, on the back end of a back-to-back, how do you keep the legs churning and ready to go?
Yeah, back-to-backs, one, they're a lot nicer when they're at home and you can go sleep in your own bed and just kind of recover that way. And then both of them being doubleheaders, that means we get to play a little bit earlier the night before. But it comes at you quick the next day, and so we get into the high school and go through a little team stretch and recovery and get the bodies moving a little bit and make sure that we're awake and ready to rock for a day two.
And this time around, you take on the Rapid City Central Cobblers. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
I think they're a team that at a lot of times throughout the season, they're probably a team that plays better than their record, and they still have a very respectable record as well. But, I thought if you watched them against Sioux Falls O'Gorman, it was like a 11-point game all the way into the fourth quarter, and I thought that they battled really well there and did a really good job just getting it to the inside of the zone. And Leah Landry is a really talented player for them that is just a strong presence in the post. She presented some problems for us last year, and so we've got to have a plan for her, be able to defend her as a team, and if it gets into her, make sure that that's the priority, is defending her and making her kick it back out.
And this is a team that is pretty close to yours in the standings. I know you don't always like looking too far ahead, but how important does that then make this game?
Yeah, I think all of these last 5 games have really been against teams that are around us in the standings, and those do become big critical games, and I think we've handled it well so far. The importance really lies in this. We can't approach it like we're defending anything. You have to stay on the attack. If you play defensive, it's really going to decrease your level of performance in play. When we feel like we're attacking something and we've got an opportunity and we're just going to go make the best of that moment and opportunity, I think that's when we play our best basketball. And so that's how we have to approach it. If it's just another opportunity, we play aggressive and we play on the attack, and we let the end take care of itself.
And what are some of the items that you think Rapid City Central does best, and how do you try and avoid letting them do it too well?
Yeah, again, I think they do a nice job getting it inside and then letting their guards work around from there. And defensively, they do a nice job pressuring the basketball, and they're just kind of a scrappy team. So that presents advantages on the offensive end for us if we're poised and we're able to kind of find the advantages against that pressure. And then on the other side of that, ball pressure is going to help limit the opportunities that they have to get it inside easily. And when it does get inside, we've got to collapse, defend it as a team, and then be able to fly around the perimeter. And again, switching 1 through 5 is something that has really helped us be able to do that in this last stretch of games. So just continuing to be ourselves and taking it possession by possession.
And what's one item or two that you want your team to do well on the offensive side in this game?
On the offensive side, when we get paint touches and have great ball movement, when we see those two things, generally those are our best offensive outputs. And so it just gets people feeling confident all around. It collapses the defense, and then we've got good shooters who, when we've got spot-up opportunities off of a kick-out or a one more extra swing pass, we've got shooters that can knock those down. And so when that game of paint touches and ball movement is flowing, we play really good offense.
Well, as always, thanks for the time and good luck.
Awesome. Thank you.
You just heard from Blake Savvy, head coach of the Yankton Gazelles, on our Coaches Conversations. Coming up, the Gazelles' second game in as many days, right here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Dive into the delicious all-you-can-eat Asian buffet, featuring mouth-watering Asian cuisine like broccoli beef, General Chicken, sesame chicken, so much more. Or choose from a fresh selection of meats, noodles, rice, vegetables, Asian-inspired sauces, and watch them sizzle on the Mongolian grill. Plus tantalizing desserts, including ice cream. Get your fill at King Buffet and Mongolian Grill, North Broadway, Yankton.
Do you realize what your Yankton Hy-Vee has to offer? Aisles online, delivery, catering, fresh floral and bakery departments, pharmacy with drive-up and online prescription refills, Hy-Vee Health Market, dietitian service, fresh seafood department, U.S. Postal Substation, take and bake for breakfast and family meal deals. Yes, all that and more is at your Yankton Hy-Vee, located on the corner of 21st Street and Broadway Avenue in Yankton.
Larson Carpet has all your flooring needs. Step into their showroom to see a wide selection of all types of flooring. They have soft and luxurious carpet that's sure to bring comfort to your home. Stylized tile to make any room pop. Different color options of hardwood to make matching easy. And convenient vinyl plank for when spills happen. Of course, with the best customer service in the area. Their knowledgeable staff will make sure to answer any questions you might have. Larson Carpet, 212 Walnut.
Looking to buy a home or maybe sell? Trust the name that puts you first. America's Best Realty. From your first showing to the final signature, their expert agents guide you every step of the way. Fast closings, top market value, and real service you can count on. Your dream home, they will find it. Selling fast, they will make it happen. Call America's Best Realty at 605-260-1600. America's Best Realty, because you deserve the best.
Looking for a photo that actually looks like you, but better? At Meridian Photo, we specialize in capturing personality, not just poses. Whether it's headshots, high school seniors, family sessions, or team and individual sports photos, we'll make you look like a legend. We've just landed in the Meridian District of Yankton. Book your session today at meridian-photo.com or give us a call at 605-655-4598. Meridian Photo. Be you. You deserve it.
Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team specializing in all things heating and cooling, as well as heat and glow gas, wood, and electric fireplaces, humidifiers and dehumidifiers, and all styles of ductless mini-split systems. Whether you are building or remodeling, our team of innovative experts will get you the correct equipment and indoor air quality accessories you need for your home or business. Remember, Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team for all things heating and cooling for the past 77 years. Go Bucks and Gazelles.
And back for the Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show, as on the floor the sophomore game wrapped up, and certainly has pushed us back a little bit. The game was set to start at 12:30. We're probably looking closer to a 1:15 start here on the floor. As coming up, we'll have your national anthem, starting lineups, and of course tip-off. It's a doubleheader, so after the Gazelles are all wrapped up on the floor, we'll have the Rapid City Central Cobblers and the Bucks as well. Take a look at the South Dakota Media Prep Poll as well as the Power 5 poll for boys and girls. Starting with girls in AA on the prep poll. Brennan Valley remains in first. O'Gorman remains in second. Washington, Sioux Falls, Washington, that is, remains in third. Rapid City Stevens in fourth and Aberdeen Central in fifth. Now, there is no change in those top five on the South Dakota Media Prep poll. Also receiving votes, Mitchell and Spearfish. Then to the South Dakota Power 5 poll. Brandon Valley, O'Gorman, Sioux Falls, Washington in third. And here's where it switches up a little bit. Aberdeen Central, fourth on the South Dakota Power 5 poll, with Rapid City Stevens, the fifth-ranked team, also receiving votes in that, Mitchell. Then for the boys AA, on the South Dakota Media Prep poll, Sioux Falls Lincoln remains atop of the pack. Sioux Falls Roosevelt second. We'll see if that shifts at all after their loss to Watertown last night. Harrisburg bumped up from fourth into third. Huron moved up from fifth to fourth, and T-Area was receiving votes and now is in fifth. Also receiving votes on the media prep poll, Watertown, Spearfish, and Brandon Valley. To the South Dakota Power 5 poll for boys AA, Sioux Falls Lincoln in first, Sioux Falls Roosevelt in second, Harrisburg in third, Huron in fourth, and T-Area in fifth. So the same exact as the South Dakota media prep poll, but receiving votes, Spearfish and Watertown, so no Brandon Valley. The only difference on boys AA between the media prep poll and the South Dakota Power 5 poll is the one vote that Brandon Valley received on the media prep poll. Coming into this one, the Gazelles 5-9, Rapid City Central 6-9. We kind of talked a little bit about the game plan for the Gazelles, what we'd like to see from them so far. Gage, who are some players we should keep an eye on out for the Cobblers?
I think, of course, you have to look at number 15, Leah Landry, the junior wing-type player. They have her listed as a guard and a forward. She averages 14 points a game, 8 rebounds, 3 assists. She's going to be a big presence in this game that the Gazelles are going to have to contain if they want to, cruise to a victory. A few other players, number 14, Chloe Struve, senior forward, averages 10 points a game, another 6 rebounds for this Cobblers team, and Chloe Cruz, a junior guard, 8 points, 3 rebounds, just under 2 assists. Kind of a big three for this Cobblers team that they're going to have to watch out for. Should be interesting to see how Coach Savvy handles them. They got 2 big post players, the Landry and being that kind of a wing and Struve being that forward. How are they going to attack them in the paint on the offensive side of the court, and kind of the game plan surrounding that.
So Leah Landry, Chloe Shreve, and Coley Cruz, the 3 players to keep an eye on out for Rapid City Central in today's game. Again, the numbers are about as close as they come as they score almost identical numbers. It is a half point per game scoring difference between these 2 squads, and then Yankton just gives up about 4 to 5 more points per game. But, you wonder if that has anything to do with schedule or not, as Yankton has certainly had a tough schedule. Their opponents' combined record 175 and 134. That is a winning record, or a winning percentage of 56.6%. For Rapid City Central, their opponents 141 and 134, 51.3%. I know that 5% might not sound like a huge difference, but when it comes to win percentage, for the most part, you're going to be right around that 50% mark. But for the Gazelles, 56.6%, the winning percentage. Well, I'll take that back. I'm looking at boys right now. We'll head over to the girls and get you the correct numbers. For the Gazelles, their opponents 186 and 148 on the season. That is a 55.7% winning percentage, so still really high up there. And then for Rapid City Central, a nice even 139 and 139, a 50% flat. But really, it's been a tough schedule for the Gazelles. But the thing is, seed points also benefit you a little bit more when you are taking on tougher teams. So in the end, it does feel like it kind of weighs out, and that's why right now these 2 teams are within a 10th of a seed point. And surely the winner today is going to either stay on top. If Rapid City Central wins, they'll stay on top of the Gazelles. And should the Gazelles come out with the victory, they will jump over Rapid City Central and maybe get near to Huron, as the Tigers are about 1 seed point ahead of them, which is a big jump to make. But right now, Yankton with 38.929 seed points, they would receive 44 seed points with a victory here today. So they would certainly jump up a good amount, and again, maybe try and leapfrog over the Huron Tigers, who do not have a game in tonight's action. But Huron will be taking on a tough schedule to close out their season. Now they've got Watertown, who's a 3-13 team. Feels like that's winnable for them. But after that, O'Gorman and Brandon Valley. It seems like every team that takes on those teams, you've got to play them back-to-back. And that can just... It's not much fun taking those teams. Yankton had to take them on back-to-back. And you know what? They actually played pretty well against them. They fell to both Brandon Valley and O'Gorman by, a good point difference. But when, the number 3 team in the state is also losing to them by the same point differential that you are, you feel like, okay, we probably played pretty good in that one. So Huron, it wouldn't be unbelievable or unreasonable to think they might end their season 1-2, and if Yankton could get above them in Rapid City Central, that finds them at the 11th spot.
Well, even looking at the 10th spot where Harrisburg sits, I know Harrisburg plays Brandon Valley later in the year as well. So, even And there's still an outside chance that Yankton could even jump Harrisburg later in the year to that 10th spot for the Sodak 16.
And that's exactly right. Harrisburg is only 0.1 seed points ahead of Huron. But the thing is, at the end of the day, all of what we're saying, it doesn't matter. What matters is how the games play out on the floor. That's kind of it's just kind of fun to kind of look and see what could happen. It feels like Yankton and the Gazelles, anyways, feels like they've kind of clinched at least a top 16 spot this season, with Watertown at that 17 spot. They're a good 2.2 seed points behind Yankton. You know, we'd have to see really drastic changes for Yankton to drop out of the top 16. For the Bucks in that 15 spot, you know, they're going to have to win some games. But, of course, you just want to win. Yeah. Not only as a competitor because you like winning, it's not fun to lose. And then you give yourself a better opportunity come playoff time.
Yeah, and kind of like we were saying, all of this is just kind of what ifs. And that's what makes our job so good, is we can sit here and talk about these what ifs, and no one can get mad at us because, you know, we're just having fun. We're just doing our job.
Our job.
Yeah. And so, you know, that's the best part about what we do, Zach. And, you know, we're only a few minutes from tip-off after this. Everyone's probably already sick of us listening to us talk. They probably are like, man, stop with these what ifs.
Yeah, you know, a good hour-long Anytime Fitness Yankton pregame show. We've been live for about an hour and 5 minutes now here, but we are nearing it. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel. It is nearing game time. The excitement building in the crowd here as the Gazelles set to host the Rapid City Central Cobblers. We'll take our final break of the pregame show. When we return, we'll come back with National Anthem starting lineups and tip-off, looking closer to about 1:15 here today.
Your local KFC Taco Bell at 2504 Fox Run Parkway in Yankton offers two menus combined into one. Something for everyone at KFC Taco Bell. When your family's hungry and can't decide between crispy chicken and mashed potatoes or tacos, burritos, and protein bowls, well, you don't have to choose. Get the best of both worlds in one stop. Cool down with the legendary Baja Blast Freeze or heat things up with a variety of hot sauces. KFC Taco Bell Yankton. Why pick one when you can have both?
What does FloorTech do? When disaster strikes, water damage, mold growth, or fire cleanup, call the team you can trust. FloorTech Cleaning and Restoration. They respond fast to protect your home or business and restore it the right way with honesty, integrity, and top-notch service. Their crews proudly serve southeast South Dakota and northeast Nebraska, including Yankton, Mitchell, Norfolk, and Sioux Falls. For 24/7 emergency service, call 800-507-1822. If your home or floor is wet, call FloorTech or visit them at floortechrestoration.com.
Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts on the corner of 15th and Broadway in Yankton. Your full-service flower and gift store. Beautiful fresh flower arrangements to artificial arrangements. Gifts, sympathy, foodie items to snarky gifts. Stop by and let the gals at Pied Piper give you the personal service you deserve. Brighten your day and head to Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts, where you'll find something new every time you go. Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts Yankton, they deliver.
Hi, it's Linda at Linda's Angel Crossing in Yankton. I carry Tribal, Lulu Bee, Ethel, Southern Lady, and Old Ranch. I have other brands too. The nursery has everything you need for babies. Copper pearl bibs, magnetic sleepers, swaddlers, bag sleepers, and baptism. Toddler clothing, boys and girls Under Armour to size 7, toys, little golden books, and other unique kids' toys. Linda's Angel Crossing, 1101 Broadway in Yankton.
And again, it is almost game time here. With tip-off was slated for 12:30, Well, at 1:08, we're getting to our national anthem, our starting lineups, and both teams are ready to rock on the floor as the national anthem here on the floor. We'll keep it live here for it on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Last night it was sang by one of the seniors for senior night. We'll see how they perform it today with no pep band in the crowd, more likely than not a pre-recorded version. Here's your national anthem. Again, that was your national anthem here at the Summit Activity Center Gymnasium, as it is officially time for a basketball game here today. The Yankton Gazelles and the Rapid City Central Cobblers. Yankton comes into this one 5-9 with the Cobblers at 6-9, and it's time for your starting lineups presented by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion. For all your heating and cooling needs, it's Larry's Heating and Cooling anytime, any day. We start with the visiting Rapid City Central Cobblers. They come in coached by Tia Young. The Cobblers 6-9 on the season. Number 2, the junior guard at 5'7", Persea Parker. Junior guard with 8 points per game and 4 rebounds per game. Number 3, Coley Cruz. Senior forward, 10.5 points per game, 7 rebounds per game. Number 14, it's Chloe Shreve. Senior guard at 5'7", number 22, Olivia Pierce. And to round off the Cobblers lineup, junior guard forward combo, 5'9", 14 points per game, 8.5 rebounds, and 3.5 assists per game. Number 15, it's Leah Landry. It's now time to meet your Yankton Gazelles starting lineup for tonight, brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion.
Jocelyn Elwood, number 5, guard.
Eden Wolfgram, number 10, guard.
Nora Krasky, number 11, guard. Jordan Kudera, number 13, guard.
September Rao, 21, guard.
And back to the floor as they're doing the starting lineups here. Starting with some young Gazelles on the floor here. And for the Rapid City Central Cobblers visiting, they'll be wearing all white jersey and shorts trimmed out in red. Gazelles usually wearing white at home. Today they will be wearing their black jersey and shorts trimmed out in red. It's nearly game time, and Gage, again, kind of feeling like this might be Yankton's offense against Rapid City's defense as the important side of the game. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think both of these, both Gazelles and Bucks games are going to be, good games to watch. I'm kind of excited to be here, midday for both of these games. I can't wait for it to get underway.
And a doubleheader here tonight for the Bucks and Gazelles, who are both looking for wins here today. And for the Gazelles, 5-9 on the season. Coming off a loss against Rapid City Stevens, a very good Stevens Raiders team. Looking to get back to another win as they've won 3 of their last 5. Again, this is a team coming off a 1-19 season last year. Certainly has a lot of improvement. Already 4 more wins this year than all of last year, and a chance to pick up a few more. And the thing is, they do still return a lot of talent next year as well. There's just a lot of excitement around this Gazelles squad, as of course it all starts with Eden Wolfgram. Now, she's a junior, so next year her last year, and that'll be a tough one when she is out of here and graduated. But it really does, again, start with her. 15 points per game for her, 4 rebounds per game, and she leads both categories for her team. And then, really, as of late, Jordan Cooter and September Rao is the number 2 and 3 option, kind of trading off who's number 2 and who's number 3 game in, game out. As it's officially time for basketball here, as we load up our Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard on Yankton streaming on YouTube. September Rao in the center circle, standing alongside Chloe Shreve, the senior forward. Ball is up, and tip is controlled and won by Rapid City Central. They'll start with it on offense for the first time of the night. They move it left to right on Yankton streaming on YouTube. Chloe Shreve has it. Ball deflected, taken away. Jocelyn Elwood starts with a steal. Sprinting up ahead on the floor, Wolfgram finds Jordan Cooter. Had a good look down low, couldn't finish the job. Rao, the offensive rebound. Her attempt falls short as well. For the Cobblers, their second attempt on offense. Chloe Shreve drives to the hoop. She gets fouled. And right away, both teams trying to get out quick and run immediately. Jocelyn Elwood picks up her first personal. It's the first foul of the game. and a chance for the first points of the game with Chloe Shreve. Nothing but net on the first of two. It's 1-0. Shreve, the next opportunity is good, and 2-0, an early lead for the Cobblers. 7:32 to play in the first quarter of action. Both teams know what's at stake in this one. As that ball knocked out of bounds, Leah Landry got a hand on it. And for Yankton, that first offensive set, you like the looks that they got, but couldn't finish the job on either attempt. But either way, you get enough of those looks, they're going to start falling.
Yeah, it's basketball. You're not going to shoot 100% all the time, but as long as you get them open looks, something's going to happen.
September Rao drives to the lane, draws some contact, is fouled. Shot didn't fall, but free throws coming up for her, and a chance to tie this one up. Chloe Shreve will pick up the foul, now one on each side, and both teams with 2 free throws to start this game. It's September Rao at the line. First one bounces around, no good. Rao coming off an 8-point performance last night. Went 3 for 4 at the stripe in that game. Next one is good, and the Gazelles on the board. Full court pressure here from Yankton. Rapid City Central able to get in the inbound and break that press. Now Yankton has to sprint back to recover on defense. Driving to the lane, some space there, and a travel. Coley Cruz is going to be called for the violation. At first was thinking an and one. I was thinking, well, I didn't see too much. But it is a travel. Full court pressure now from Rapid City Central. They just sprinted across the floor. An open look downtown. Off the front iron it goes for Rao. Ball knocked out of bounds. Last touch by Yankton. Kudera knocked it out as her and trying to see who on the Cobblers. I believe it's Coley Cruz it is. We're fighting for the rebound. Inbound gets in here, but ball was put to the floor, nearly lost by Leah Landry. Coley Cruz moves it towards the top. Now gives it up Landry. Lots of ball movement as Shreve gets cut off on her drive attempt. Olivia Pierce has it, working against Jocelyn Elwood, who's really come on as of late defensively. As that pass now into the hands of Nora Kraske, Yankton will take it the other way. Wolf Graham gets the bucket and the lead for Yankton. Wolf Graham, the first field goal of the game for either side, and has her team up 3-2. About 2 minutes into the first quarter of action. Pierce with it, moves it down low. Shreve takes a dribble, spinning. What a finish there over the top of Nora Kraske. Kraske had good positioning, just not the height advantage. Breaking the full court press now here. Wolf Graham and Jocelyn Elwood working together. And a timeout going to be called by Coach Savvy as he quickly sends Kelson Wells to the scorer's table. A 30-second Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break for Yankton. Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton, locally owned for 4 generations. Call them for water softening and purification, salt reverse osmosis needs, and bottled water. That's Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton. Gage, now we've already seen full court press from each side. It just shows the aggression, and both teams clearly know what's at stake in this one here.
Yeah, which team is going to be able to consistently break that press first? That's probably who's going to come out today as a winner.
And it looks like right now Rapid City Central looks like they've had less issues with Yankton's full court press than Yankton has with Rapid City Central's. But Yankton, it maybe takes a little bit, but they have broken and gotten into their half-court offense.
Yeah, kind of once both of these teams kind of settle in, we'll really see where the advantages lie.
Gazelles back to work on offense on the near side. Jocelyn Elwood with it. Gives it to the other side. Wolfgram. Kraske tries her luck at 3. Knocks it in. Her team back with the lead. Nora Kraske was our hot hands of the game last night. She's now the leading scorer for Yankton with 3, who leads 6-4 with 5:22 to play. On the other side, the answer 3, Persea Parker high arcing, no good. Shreve, the offensive rebound, and she's fouled on that attempt. Shreve at 6'2" is certainly going to give some troubles here to Yankton, who just doesn't have all that much height. Jocelyn Elwood already her second personal of the game as Shreve misses the first opportunity at the line. Brenna Elwood checks in for Jocelyn Elwood. The rest of the floor made up of Eden Wolfgram, Nora Kraske, September Rao, and Kelson Wells. Shreve scores it. She's got all 5 for her team to start this one. Up ahead, Yankton just launches this one deep. Brenna Elwood had a Gazelle down there, but just put much too much on it. Goes out of bounds, and it'll be inbounded now by the Cobblers, who have the opportunity for the lead here. Driving quickly with it, ball on the floor. Kraske picks it up, gives it to Wolfgram, and it's off to the races. Wolfgram decides to take it out beyond the perimeter for 3. It bounces around and out. Now moving quickly, the Cobblers with it as Olivia Pierce scores it. These teams want to run. It's like a track meet out on the floor.
A lot of points in transition so far, and we've only scored a total of 13.
7-6 your score with Yankton trailing, and now a 10-second violation. They can't break that press, and Rapid City Central right now has the better full court press working.
You know, 2 costly mistakes from the Gazelles, that overthrown pass and now the 5-second violation, or 10-second violation, I should say. Not very helpful for this Gazelles team.
Persea Parker will give it up. Now to the elbow. They swing it. Far side, pump fake, drive. They dish it out, Parker. A lot of ball movement on this possession as Leah Landry trying to find something in the lane, unable to. Now Coley Cruz going to drive with it, nothing but net. 9-6, a 3-point lead as Wolfgram just decides to take that full court press on herself. She has a crowd of 3 around her. A very good player and is definitely defense's #1 priority when they come to Yankton. She'll hand it off. September Rao brings it near side. Kraske over to Wolfgram. Takes a screen from Wells. Nora Kraske, her second attempt at 3 of the night. This one falls short, out of bounds, and Cobblers basketball. Chloe Shreve down low, so not only is she 6'2", but that was a picture-perfect box out there down low. Didn't give Yankton any opportunity for an offensive board.
Yeah, you know, when you're battling height like that, the Gazelles are just going to have to want the rebound more if they want to win the battle on the glass.
Up ahead, moving quickly. Shreve has an open lane. Can't quite finish the layup, but she is fouled on the attempt. More free throws. It is already Shreve's 3rd time heading to the free throw line tonight. Kelson Wells with the foul. It's Yankton's 3rd of the first quarter.
You know, we kind of talked about this a little bit in the pregame, limiting your opponent's chances to possessions and free points like we see here. 3 opportunities at the line for the Cobblers. Not the best start for the Gazelles.
Shreve missed the first opportunity, swishes in the next. 10-6, it's the largest lead we've seen of the night for either side. 4 points favoring the Cobblers. Brenna Elwood gives it up to Wolfgram, right back to Elwood, loses the basketball, it goes out of bounds. Another turnover by the Gazelles. They're going to have to clean this up here, Gage.
Yeah, right away it's going to probably start a little sloppy, but eventually Savvy's going to get his team to settle in, and they're going to make the adjustments they need to get the ball across that court.
And Coach Savvy did just call a timeout, his 2nd of the game. It's a 60-second Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. We'll be back in 30 seconds with 3.5 to play in our first quarter. It's 10-6, Cobblers lead.
Yankton Rexall in the Meridian District, Yankton, for all your gifts and decor needs. It's the only place in town to find both Hallmark ornaments and cards for any occasion. They also have Willow Tree and Precious Moments collectibles, the perfect anniversary and wedding gifts, nativity scenes, Watkins products, and single Abdallah chocolates. The Yankton Rexall Pharmacy for all your prescription needs. Yankton Rexall at the corner of 3rd and Douglas, downtown Yankton.
3:29 to go in the first quarter. It's 10-6, Rapid City Central on top on our Fox Top of Yankton scoreboard. Coach Savvy having already called 2 timeouts, and not the start the Gazelles wanted in this one. It's something Savvy, though, has talked about. they sometimes do have these moments where they let the other team take advantage of their weaknesses. But this season, they've really answered nicely, and we hope to see that to close out the first quarter here.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of settling into the game. You know, the Cobblers are off a back-to-back, so they should be ready to go. You know, maybe a little fatigue, but that won't factor until later in the game. It's just kind of settling into the game for the Gazelles, finding their rhythm, finding their groove.
Cruz gives it up to Shreve down low, fouled yet again, and more free throw attempts for the Cobblers. This time, Nora Kraske tagged with a foul. Already 4 fouls on the Gazelles tonight. They only had 6 fouls all of last night, 2 away from that total here in the first quarter as Shreve knocks in the first of 2. She's already scored as many as the Gazelles in tonight's game. She goes 2 for 2 on that trip, and the Cobblers have doubled up Yankton here early on. It's 12-6, and now another long pass. It goes out of bounds, a turnover for Yankton. Coach Savvy not happy at all.
Just a little miscommunication there. It looked like one of them zigged when they should have zagged, and the ball was just right over top of her head.
On the inbound now, Coley Cruz gives it up to Leah Landry. They look a lot more comfortable breaking that press and setting up their offense, but a pass down low, getting taken away. Nora Kraske, her 3rd steal of the night already, and then takes a foul. She got the steal, but I will credit Kelson Wells made that play right there. Got the hand on it, deflected it to the hands of her teammate. Good defense there for the Yankton Gazelles.
You know, sometimes steals are kind of a deceiving stat because the person who does all the work for the steal sometimes doesn't always get the credit they deserve.
Yankton able to break that press this time around. With it, Brenna Elwood on the near side beyond the perimeter. Moves it up to the top. At the elbows, Kudera finds an open Nora Kraske. Can't get the 3 to fall. Wells fights for the rebound, and a foul going to be called. Is that on Wells, or is it on Rapid City Central?
Yeah, I think it was on Central. I thought she was going to go back up for the shot.
That one is on Coley Cruz, her first personal, team's 3rd. I maybe thought a jump ball, but Yankton going to be happy with some free throws as Wells rattles in the first of 2. Again, they've got a good angle down there. The Cobbler crowd wasn't very happy about it. They wanted the jump. Instead, we will have free throws. Emma Casey checks in for the Cobblers, an 8th grader. Wells goes 2 for 2. 2:41 to play in the first quarter. 12-8, a 4-point lead for the Cobblers, who break the press again. Olivia Pierce down low, moves it Shreve. She gets stopped, and that's Yankton. Happy to see her not going up with it. But Shreve gets it right back, drives it baseline, kicks it out beyond the perimeter. 18 to shoot for the Cobblers. Olivia Pierce finding some space, high off the glass. Can't get that one to drop. Shreve the offensive board, and 2 more points. She's up to double-digit scoring already tonight.
Shreve just using her height and her aggression to get the ball and gets to the rim at will.
14-8 with 2:05 to play in the first quarter. Yankton trailing. Brenna Elwood gets it across the timeline, gives it up Wolfgram. They can now work on offense. Swings it far side, Kraske, and looks like that pivot foot dragged just a little bit. Had she been able to keep it steady, would not have been a travel, but she did drag it.
Yeah, just another early turnover for this Gazelles team that's kind of biting them in the butt early in the first quarter.
14-8, Yankton needs to try and get something rolling here, and Nora Kraske, her 4th steal. Wolfgram moves it down the floor. Late dump down pass to Jordan Kudera, nearly had the tricky layup. Wolfgram ends up with the rebound.
They're the home team, Zach. They should be able to get them friendly bounces off the rim, but, man, they're not getting them here tonight.
Wolfgram with it, kicks it far side. Wolfgram now, Brenna Elwood right back to Kraske. Long 2, bounces in and out. That one nearly dropping, but ends up in the hands of the Cobblers, who take it back to the right side of the floor. With it here, Olivia Pierce working against Brenna Elwood. Now over to Emma Casey. Coley Cruz pump fakes a 3, finds a soft spot that is, at the elbow. Fight for the rebound. Wolfgram ends up with it, her 2nd of the night. Brenna Elwood gets stopped on her drive attempt. Now Wolfgram wants to drive with it. To the lane she goes. Shot looked like it was denied, out of bounds. Gazelles keep possession. That's the good news. September Rao will check in place of Nora Kraske. And in for Rapid City Central, Matea McCauley, a sophomore guard forward combo. Up top, basketball inbounded. Yankton back to work offensively. Jordan Cooter bounces it to Rouse, splits the defenders, works against Shreve, sends that one out of bounds. So the Gazelles to inbound again here. Brenna Elwood gets it into Wolfgram. Quick release on the triple, can't get it to fall. Brenna Elwood nearly a rebound there. Got a hand on it, and it's knocked out of bounds. Rapid City Central basketball. The height of Shreve right now has certainly affected this game, Gage.
Yeah, she's just doing whatever she wants, whenever she wants, and it's kind of costing this Gazelles a lot of opportunities at the rim and rebounds on the defensive side of the floor.
On the inbound, Wolfgram got a hand on it. The Yankton crowd thinks it bounced off of Coley Cruz, who was out of bounds. Official says it bounced first. It'll stay with the Cobblers. They get it in to Leah Landry, lofts it up ahead, and they've again broken this press from Yankton. A 1 second difference between shot and game clock. Rapid City Central could take the final shot of the quarter. Wolfgram is all over Cruz, who gives it up to McCauley. Now into the lane, moving it. Leah Landry loses the basketball. Yankton forces a turnover. And Gage, if Yankton can score on this possession with maybe one of their worst quarters of play as of recent, if you can be within a possession or two, you got to feel good.
Yeah, one of the best feelings in basketball is when you have a bad quarter. Only being down by a possession or two gives you a lot of hope for the future.
Wolfgram buries the triple, ends the third quarter with a splash, and it is a one-possession game. 14-11, Yankton trails after our first 8 minutes. We'll take a break, be back in just a moment here for the second quarter.
Hi, I'm Franny Kiefer with the Yankton School District Alumni Association. We strive to create a community of alumni and friends who support extracurricular and educational opportunities in the Yankton School District. Through scholarships, grants, innovative education opportunities, and staff appreciation. With us, you will keep connected to a community of Yankton School District alumni and friends all over. You can help continue to pay it forward and help future graduates. Register today at the Yankton School District Alumni Association website.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, I need your help. I'm in a real pickle.
How can we help? We clean carpets, furnace and duct cleaning, mold remediation, fire restoration, water damage restoration, office cleaning, and much more.
No, Jerry, I'm in a real pickle. I'm stuck and I can't get out. Hang on, I'll send you pics so you can see what I mean.
Oh my gosh. When you need it clean, call the Intech team. Fixing pickles since 1984.
Back to the floor here. 8 minutes in, 8 minutes to go in the first half. And I apologize, closed out the first quarter of action with a 3, not the third quarter, of course. 14-11, Yankton trails, only down one possession here after not their best quarter of play. We'd like to see them get it rolling here offensively in the second. Gazelles start with the basketball. Wolfgram had some space. Thought about the three, decided against it. Jab step, brings it to the baseline, up top, moves it. A quick pass, Brenna Elwood with some space. It's a tie ball game. Brenna Elwood, the triple. 14-14. Rao gets the assist. Brenna Elwood, the three. And a quick foul on September Rao, who picks up her first personal. Team's first of the quarter, but Yankton has tied the basketball game up.
You know, a game of runs, and the momentum has heavily shifted to the Gazelles.
A 6-0 run for Yankton, now on defense with some energy against Emma Casey. Nearly lost the basketball there, able to give it up to Coley Cruz. Shreve with it, drives it baseline, lots of contact, and a foul on Yankton, already 2 within the first 45 seconds of the quarter. And I do think that's the right call. But if Yankton can start setting their feet in time, they might be able to get Shreve on some charges. We'll see how they play it the remainder of the game, but already 2 fouls in the second quarter for the Gazelles. With it, Emma Casey travels with it. Yankton will take over, a chance for the lead. Talk about a start here in the second quarter.
You know, they gave up that second foul early on in the shot clock, but they get it back with that travel there to get the possession ended.
Nora Kraske checks in. Kelson Wells to the bench. She's got 2 personal fouls in this one. Yankton's already matched their total from last night with 6 total game fouls. 7 to play in the first half of action. Basketball launched out of bounds by the Cobblers. A dangerous pass there by Brenna Elwood, as Yankton probably happy, and it wasn't going the other direction on a fast break. Wolfgram bounces it into Brenna. Tries driving with it, gives it up Jocelyn. Jocelyn out to Wolfgram. Fakes the 3. And a lot of ball movement for the Gazelles here on this offensive set. A nice bounce pass and a wide open Brenna Elwood under the hoop. Coley Cruz maybe got a hand in there on that. And moving quickly here, Pierce throws up the layup, no good. Ball knocked out of bounds, last touch by Rapid City Central. And I got to wonder if Brenna Elwood had stayed on the other side of the hoop there, maybe had a wide open layup attempt.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you're just not in the right spot at the right time. And, you know, looking back, they'll see that in film, and, you know, next time she'll be there.
Yankton breaks the press. Rao just sprints by the defender, scores it, and Yankton leads this one. Now on defense, Yankton back at it. Coley Cruz with it, drives it baseline, kicks it back up top. The three-pointer here, back for the lead, Olivia Pierce. Olivia Pierce puts her team up 17-16. 2 minutes into our second quarter. Brenna Elwood struggling with it. Ball goes out of bounds, and that was best case scenario for Yankton there.
Yeah, that could have been, you know, an easy basket for the Cobblers in transition if they were able to make the save. Worked out really nicely for them, even though it went out of bounds.
No pressure on the inbound there as Wolfgram able to bring it across the timeline. With it, Rao drives with it, bounces it to Elwood. Wolfgram was just making a move one way as Elwood was trying to pass it out to her. Goes out of bounds and turned right back over to the hands of the Cobblers.
You know, just another area of a little miscommunication there, just not being on the right page.
With it here, the Cobblers, and Olivia Pierce bounces it over. Far side, Coley Cruz has it right back to Pierce. An open look for Persea Parker, nothing but net, and the Cobblers lead it by 4. Coach Savvy calls another timeout. He's already used 3 in the game here tonight. 30-second break, will keep it here. Gage, as you said, a game of runs. As soon as that momentum favored Yankton, the Cobblers came back out, took it right back. First quarter was all Shreve down low, and now they're getting it going from downtown.
You know, the Gazelles are playing that zone, and they're giving up a lot of the open shots outside the arc. You know, eventually a lot of them open shooters are going to start knocking them down. You just seen an example there of that right there.
And that's why coaches hate playing teams that have a good inside-outside game. You've got to pick your poison, and Shreve was tearing it up in that first quarter, so Yankton said, well, we're not going to let you get it down low. Unfortunately, that has now led to back-to-back three-pointers made by the Cobblers and very good looks for their offense. You know, give credit where credit is due. Rapid City Central, a nice answer. Oh, you're not going to let us work it down low? Okay, well, we're going to keep our shooters on the perimeter, and right now they find themselves up 4. Yankton with the basketball. Still full court pressure from the Rapid City Central Cobblers. A dangerous pass does sneak through to the hands of Wolfgram. Sets up her team's offense. Nice crossover there. Over to Nora Kraske, who nearly lost the basketball out. Now Jocelyn Elwood has it. Brings it up top to Brenna Elwood. Elwood has Olivia Pierce all over her. Rao drives it, kicks it. Jocelyn Elwood, the long 2. Bounces off the front iron. Some good looks for Yankton, just not falling on this side of the floor. 4:45 to play in the first half. With it, the Cobblers and a 20-16 lead. Chloe Shreve cuts off on the baseline. It's in and out of the hands of Coley Cruz. Wolfgram will take it the other direction. Her first steal of the game certainly doesn't feel that way. Let the defender go by, takes the mid-range jumper and couldn't get that one to drop. A nice pass up ahead as a foul. Persea Parker can't get the shot to drop, but she'll have free throws. Talk about the pass there from Chloe Shreve.
We talk about it a lot in football. Sometimes a quarterback just puts the ball where nobody else can touch it, and that was just a prime example of that. She led her right over the top, hit her right in the breadbasket, and there's nothing the Gazelle defense could do to stop that.
Brenna Elwood with the foul. First of 2 free throws falls for Persea Parker, and I don't know if I'm Rapid City Central's quarterback. Seeing that, I'm thinking, oh, it's a good thing she's a senior. I'd be a little afraid.
Yeah, you're going to lose their starting job.
Parker, her second attempt of 2, put too much on it. Long rebound, Wolfgram.
The foul worked out, though. They only gave up 1 instead of an easy 2.
That was the 3rd foul on Yankton here in the second quarter. They working on offense, trailing 5. Ball is put to the hardwood, fight for it, and a jump ball that will give it right back to the Cobblers. Right now, the Cobblers have just done a nice job of making Yankton uncomfortable. I think that's the big thing we're seeing in tonight's game. The Gazelles just can't get into rhythm, and now they'll correct it. They had the Gazelles inbounding it. Now they'll flip it quick. Yankton, of course, wouldn't have minded too much if they kept it here, but it is Cobblers basketball. 21-16, the team scoring right around where we kind of expected them maybe to. Wolfgram tries for the steal, couldn't quite get it. Shreve gets it in the lane, dishes it out. Leah Landry drives with it, has some room, bumps a body, puts it up, had a great look, can't get it. Offensive rebound, no good on the second attempt. Gazelles want to run with it as Wolfgram kicks it out last second. Nora Kraske, the open look from downtown, just grazed the front of the rim and falls short. 3.5 to play, wide open down low. Antonia Sequeiros able to score it and put her team up 7. The wraparound pass here from Rao, got it into Kraske, drove straight to the rim. Love the aggression, but just put too much on it. Yankton feeling like they don't want to let things get out of hand here. Basketball straight up stripped away by Kudera, but she's going to be called for a foul.
Gazelles are going to have to really start slowing this game down and finding these open looks.
And correction, that was on Rapid City Central, so she got the steal, and then really quick Olivia Pierce on the foul.
Nice little break for the Gazelles to get the ball back.
And Yankton right now has 7 steals already in the game. You'd expect it maybe to be a little bit closer, maybe even the lead, but on the flip side, they've turned the basketball over that many times, if not more. A lot of turnovers in this game so far. Usually you say if you can get 10 or more steals, you're feeling pretty good. Yankton more likely than not will wrap up with 10, but it's going to be close even if they end up with 10. Rao with it, drives it, high off the glass, put too much on it. A fight for the rebound. Rao got a hand on it. A jump ball, and Yankton will keep possession, and that's just a hustle play there by September. Didn't get the look maybe she wanted and was unhappy it didn't drop, but fights for the basketball, keeps it here on this side of the floor.
Yeah, another chance for the Gazelles to find an open look. They need something here, some kind of points to swing some momentum back in their favor.
Wolfgram lost the ball as it bounced to the hands of Rao. Now Jocelyn Elwood over to Wolfgram. Wolfgram finds 2 defenders on her as it's a 2-3 zone, gets through it into the lane, had a good runner look, and again, just too much on it. Up ahead quickly, Rapid City moves the basketball. With it, Persea Parker works it against Wolfgram, and Wolfgram's called for a foul. Wolfgram not happy with the call. You could read her face all the way up here. She didn't like the call.
And as a player, you're never going to like the call, even if you know you did it.
Exactly. Her first personal, team's 4th. They get it in low. Leah Landry off the glass, scores it. And the Cobblers right now nearing a double-digit lead. It's 25-16. Yankton looking to close the first half of action on a high note. Kudera gives it up to Wolfgram. Wolfgram down low to Wells, finds a cutter, and Kudera, what a play there. That is exactly how you'd love to see an offensive play ran.
Yeah, perfect execution on that. They got the back door open and just easy layup.
Cobblers with it. Persea Parker finds an open Aubrey Maylou down low. Gives it up. Landry spins it and scores it again. That's a tough bucket right there by Leah Landry. Just a great move, knowing the post.
Yeah, perfect timing spin. Got the defense to fake. Set up an easy basket.
Up ahead, Gazelles move it quickly, and a throw is fired out of bounds. A turnover, and the Cobblers are going to have an opportunity for a 10-plus point lead late in the first half.
You know, you have the open girl behind the arc. You just got to put that pass on her.
For the Cobblers, they'll sprint it by Yankton's pressure. Nearly losing it there was Sequeiros. And an errant pass here to the hands of Wolfgram, her second steal of the night. She sprints it up ahead. No good on the layup attempt, left that one short. Maybe would like to see a pass on that one. It was her and three defenders. Persea Parker now with it on the far side beyond the perimeter. Bounces it into Landry. Landry wants another bucket. That time won't get it to go. Rao pulls it in, and I think Landry's going to be called on a foul. It will be Leah Landry with her first personal, her team second. And the Cobblers have done a nice job of staying out of foul trouble in this one up to this point. So really not a bad foul. It's a hustle foul. As a coach, you just kind of say, hey, I don't mind it, but just be a little smarter next time.
Now, even looking at this Gazelles team, they had 3 fouls with well over 4 minutes left to play in the quarter. Now they're only sitting at 4. They're not even going to have to worry about putting the Cobblers into the bonus.
Gazelles are going to use some of the clock. Persea Parker runs in front of that pass. Cobblers with the steal, move it up ahead the floor quickly. Sequeiros scores it, and it is an 11-point lead for Rapid City Central over Yankton. 29-18 with 18 seconds to play in the first half of action. Gazelles need a bucket. That one tipped. Persea Parker, a pesky defender. Wolfgram recovers. They give it up to Brenna Elwood. Elwood brings it up top, gives it right back to Wolfgram. Wolfgram with 4 seconds to shoot. Dishes it out. Rao, high arcing triple. Yes! September Rao puts it in, and that is one way to carry just a little bit of momentum here into the end of the half. As we watch the replay on Yankton streaming on YouTube, it's brought to you by Yankton Wynn Nelson, second generation, family owned and supporting the local community, including Yankton Athletics since 1981. 29-21 as we reach the break in this game. Yankton trailing Rapid City Central, but a very clutch and much needed 3 to end that second quarter for September Rao. Coming up, our Vichet Yankton halftime show, our halftime beyond the game, which is brought to you by Kalen's Indoor Comfort Heating and Air Conditioning. It's all on the way on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, I need your help. I'm in a real pickle.
How can we help? We clean carpets, furnace and duct cleaning, mold remediation, fire restoration, water damage restoration, office cleaning, and much more.
No, Jerry, I'm in a real pickle. I'm stuck and I can't get out. Hang on, I'll send you a pic so you can see what I mean.
Oh my gosh. When you need it clean, call the Intech team, fixing pickles since 1984.
At Anytime Fitness Yankton, your fitness journey starts with one step, and Anytime Fitness will be with you every step of the way. Open 24 hours a day with top-of-the-line equipment and guidance you need to reach your goals. Plus, your membership gives you access to every Anytime Fitness gym anywhere. No matter your goals, no matter the time, you belong at Anytime Fitness Yankton. Located at 2509 Fox Run Parkway. Start today at Anytime Fitness, where your fitness journey never stops.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small, just as it should be. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose, a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of choices to make sure you have the perfect coverage to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
Welcome to Wall of Fame, where style meets customization, specializing in crafting custom clothing and print shirts. We ensure every stitch and every print is of the highest quality, so you get the best clothes every time. We're here for all your promotion needs, and the best part, our process is seamless. Simply share your designs with us and we'll handle the rest. Get custom clothes for the best price. Wall of Fame.
Triple Time Rudy's on the corner of 16th and Broadway, Yankton. Stop in and check out their wide variety of items. Grab some snacks, whether you want chips, popcorn, or something sweet, they have it. Ice cold beverages, or when you need that boost in the morning, coffee. You can also grab the best locally produced meats, meat sticks, and cheeses in the area. Guaranteed fresh. For those hot days, grab a freezy too. Get all your car needs and 5 cents off a gallon when using cash. All at Triple Time Rudy's, Yankton.
The Bonesetter Chiropractic, Yankton. I'm Dr. TJ Stotz. When you need chiropractic, we're here. We use a hands-on approach, decompression traction, electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and state-of-the-art examination techniques. We're happy to offer exercise and supplement advice as well. The Bonesetter Chiropractic, 215 Mulberry, Suite 9, Yankton. Call or text 605-401-5701. Bringing you comfort when there's discomfort.
Now time for the Vishay Yankton Halftime Show. Vishay, define the world's future. Vishay electronic components bring to life the world's most important products. Products that touch lives everywhere, every day. Vishay, building the DNA of tech. Now, back to courtside for all the game trends, stats, and more.
And welcome to the Vishay Yankton Halftime Show. 29-21 your score on our Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard. Gazelles trailing Rapid City Central, and, well, they're happy to have a last-second three-pointer knocked in right before the buzzer sounded to wrap up that second quarter of action. Your halftime stats in this one: Jocelyn Elwood with 1 steal, Eden Wolfgram with 5 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals. Nora Kraske, 3 points and 4 steals. Jordan Cooter with 2 points and a steal. September Rao, 6 points, 2 rebounds, and an assist. Coming off the bench for Yankton, Kelson Wells with 2 points and an assist. And Brenna Elwood, 3 points and 1 assist. For Yankton, well, for both sides, really, it's been a game of turnovers. Yankton themselves have 8 steals at the half, and just hearing that, you'd think they'd be winning, but that just hasn't been the case tonight, as they've got probably 10-plus turnovers. Just not working, you know. We'd love to see their offense be able to break that a little bit easier. That press has really caused them some issues. We'll see how they come out of the half here as we'll get our camera back up and rolling. I mean, if you're going to lose it, I guess halftime's a good time to lose. Today for Yankton High School, of course, lots of basketball. It'll be a doubleheader here tonight, 17th, and it's all going to be basketball. As we'll have 18th, and it's all going to be basketball. As we'll have a doubleheader against Sioux Falls Christian. As long as there's no USD, it'll be on Classic Hits 106.3 as well as Yankton streaming on YouTube. Nothing going on Wednesday the 18th. And Thursday, middle school basketball, wrestling with a girl, boys with a varsity regional tournament in wrestling. And that wraps up the halftime Beyond the Game. That's brought to you by Kalen's Indoor Comfort, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Again, at the break, it's 29-21. Right now, the Gazelles trailing the Rapid City Central Cobblers at the half. We'll take a break. When we return, the second half of action is on its way. Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube. This is Gazelles Basketball.
The Bonesetter Chiropractic, Yankton. I'm Dr. TJ Stotz. When you need chiropractic, we're here. We use a hands-on approach, decompression traction, electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and state-of-the-art examination techniques. We're happy to offer exercise and supplement advice as well. The Bonesetter Chiropractic, 215 Mulberry, Suite 9, Yankton. Call or text 605-401-5701. Bringing you comfort when there's discomfort.
again, we apologize. Again, we apologize. And there we've got things going. We apologize for some technical difficulties, but luckily we are back in time for the second half as we wrap up our Vichay Yankton halftime show. 29-21 your score with the Gazelles trailing Rapid City Central. The camera not wanting to work with us here tonight, but again, we are live back and rolling. 29-21 your current score with the Gazelles trailing Rapid City Central, and we'll see what they can bring to the floor here in the second half of action. Again, would certainly like to see less turnovers from the Gazelles, and I know it's easier said than done, but if they can do that, you're going to like a lot more what you see in the second half. But the Cobblers, again, give them credit. It's been a great defensive performance from them so far here to start, and the Cobblers will start with the basketball to open our third quarter, which is officially underway, and we've got our Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard up on our stream. Olivia Pierce with it, works it down low. Landry kicks it out to Coley Cruz. Pump fake and drive for Persea Parker. Landry wants the triple, left that one short. Rao brings in the rebound. Yankton, the quick defensive stop, brings it the other side for the first time of the second half here. An 8-point deficit. He can just take it one possession at a time. Wolfgram bounces it into Rao, tries getting it into Kudera, goes out of bounds. Last touch by the Cobblers, but nearly a turnover for Yankton, which is what we just kind of talked about. They've got to avoid here in the second half.
Yeah, just some small mistakes on both the defense and offensive side of the ball. They got to limit that, and they'll be, winning this game. They're only down 8 with all the mistakes.
Kraske fired a quick three. That one didn't drop. A dangerous pass. That one was intended for someone else, ended up with Coley Cruz. Persea Parker right back to Cruz. They want to work it down low to Shreve. Had some spacing, an open shooter now at the top of the arc. Off to the right side it goes, and back-to-back stops on the defensive side for Yankton. Now that one was a missed shot, but it was certainly a good look for that Cobblers offense. Wolfgram works it against Olivia Pierce. Gives it up Jordan Kudera. Kudera bounces it to Rao. Rao releases it, left it short from downtown. That was a good look for Yankton's offense. But gonna have to make some of these shots here. Kudera got a hand on the basketball, nearly took it away. Great recovery, I gotta say, by Landry there, who was able to hang on to it, and scoring on the other end, Coley Cruz. 31-21, it is a 10-point difference. Gazelles trailing Rapid City Central. Kudera sets up for her three, money! Jordan Kudera, her first triple of the night. Wolfgram, her third assist in the game. Up ahead, moving quickly, Olivia Pierce is gonna travel. Yankton gets a stop and a chance to narrow that gap. For Yankton, they came into the second half trailing 8. It's now down to 7, but with possession of the basketball as well. Wolfgram up ahead, her pass knocked out of bounds. Leah Landry got a hand on it. We've seen that a lot here tonight.
Yeah, a lot of steals for both of these teams. Who's gonna be able to take care of the ball first is gonna be the real question.
Wolfgram with it, bounces it over to Kudera. Right back to Wolfgram, it moves to the far side corner 3. In and out action here behind the back. Wolfgram found some spacing. Now Jocelyn Elwood drives it baseline, swings it out Kudera. 10 seconds to shoot here for Yankton. Nora Kraske with it, gives it up. Jocelyn Elwood finds an open Kudera for back-to-back threes. Rims in and out. Fight for the rebound. Wolfgram's got it. Rao was the one who made it happen. Yankton sets up their offense here as a fresh shot clock. The shot hit the rim. Rao trying to drive with it, lost the basketball. She's fouled by Shreve. That'll be the first foul of the entire third quarter. Nearly 3 minutes in. It goes against Persea Parker. Nora Kraske from downtown, yes! 31-27, the Gazelles find themselves right back in it, trailing only 4 with 5:11 to play here in the third quarter. We'll take a break. When we return. A good one between Yankton and Rapid City Central on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Authentic Mexican food goods with the family touch is here in Yankton at Angela's Mexican Store. From fresh produce and meats to the spices and the snacks you miss from home. Traveling or just moved? No problem. They accept money from many different countries. Check out the different kinds of money on the wall. Family owned, family loved. They treat you like family. Angela's Mexican Store, where culture meets community. Stop in today.
Les Schwab Tires, located at 2809 Broadway in Yankton. It's the place to buy tires with all different tread types to fit your needs and rims ready to make your vehicle shine. Not only do they sell tires, they fix them too. Flats, brakes, alignments, and more. You can feel confident that your car will be taken care of. No waiting for your tires, they should have them in stock. If you're looking for tractor or semi-tires, those are available too. Les Schwab Tires, where the sign says it all.
And back to the action with Rapid City Central with it on offense. Yankton has narrowed the gap to only 4 and a foul here on Yankton. I think it's on Rao. Yes, it will be. Her second personal, team's first. There's one on each side in the third quarter now. 5:03 to play.
You know, a lot better start to the second half than they started the game. You know, that's why they're kind of slowly working their way back into it.
Jordan Kudera runs the route for the offense, and she's fouled on her shot attempt. She's got free throws coming up, a chance to bring it within 2. She hit the deck hard there, but popped up, thankfully, really quick.
You know, that'd be a big piece for this Gazelles team to lose, especially in a close one like this.
So Jordan Kudera, 2 free throws coming up. It's Persea Parker's third personal now in the game. Kudera misses the first of 2. Still can make it a one-possession game as Persea Parker heads to the bench in place of Antonia Siqueiros. Kudera's second attempt does drop, and we're down to a 3-point game. She's up to 6 points in this one. Pass right back to Coley Cruz for the Cobblers. Looked like Yankton was maybe going to get another steal, but a nice recovery from Cruz and the Cobblers. Coley brings it all the way down. Now Landry from downtown. No good on the attempt. Ball's on the hardwood, but Jordan Kudera brings it in. Yankton a chance to bring it within 1, possibly to tie it with a triple.
Yeah, I was going to say Yankton would love one more stop to get right back into it, and they just did.
Rao driving to the layup for a layup attempt. Off the backboard, just a little too much on it. We near the halfway point of the third quarter, 31-28. Landry, another great spin down low. A lot of contact, nothing called here. Jocelyn Elwood, her first rebound of the game. And Yankton takes back over on offense. Jordan Kudera, her pass, nearly taken away. A great effort there by Antonia Siqueiros, but can't quite save it.
Yeah, beautiful read on the defense end to jump that pass. Just unfortunate it didn't work out for the Cobblers there to get one back.
A little luck never hurt, and that's what Yankton's got to be feeling like right now as they keep it on offense. 18 to shoot still as Nora Kraske bounces it into Kudera, now to Rao. Rao wraps it around into the hands of Wolfgram. Shot denied. Shreve got all of that one. Siqueiros with it. Gives it up. Coley Cruz into the lane, trying to fight through the contact. She's fouled and has free throws coming up.
Yeah, that's the second big block Shreve's had in this game. They're going to have to really start working around her before them block numbers start tallying up.
Shreve has certainly made her impact felt in this one. Double-digit scoring, pulling in rebounds, swatting the basketball away. She has given Yankton a lot of trouble. Foul goes against Wells, her third personal. Coley Cruz to the free throw line for a pair. She's given her team a 2-possession lead after the first one dropped and the second one as well. Back up 5 are the Cobblers. Yankton will work against a full court press here, getting doubled up Rao, and that's really, once they break it, Rapid City has to sprint to get back on defense, and they do it so well. Kelson Wells gives it up. Jordan Kudera drives with it, lofts it up over the top. Nora Kraske, cross-court pass. Eden Wolfgram, quick release, and no good on the attempt. Jordan Kudera, the offensive rebound, and 2 more points on her tally for tonight. Pass was tipped there by Kudera, who's really stepping up late here in this one, as the first timeout going to be called by Coach Taya Young of the Cobblers, her first, and a Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. Now here for the Gazelles, they trail only by 3. It's 33-30 on our Fox Stop scoreboard. The Fox Stop at the corner of West City Limits Road and 30th Street, Yankton. A full-service convenience store with hot food, Godfather's Pizza, personal pizzas, sandwiches, munchies, and beverages. Pay at the pump, gas and diesel fuel, firewood, and propane exchange. Again, it still feels like, Gage, we haven't seen the best from the Gazelles, and they're just hanging in there.
Yeah, this half is a lot better than the start of the last half, and they're slowly clawing their way back, but there's still a lot of fixes that need to be made, a few adjustments that these girls are going to have to, trust savvy with making these adjustments to put in place on the court to stop these turnovers, make some more open shots, and, really take control of this game.
33-30. Just under 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. Cobblers with the lead and the basketball. Brenna Elwood, the lone defender, to try and make things tricky on the inbound, but Rapid City Central covers it well. With it here, Olivia Pierce working against Brenna Elwood. The bounce pass into Landry. Do not let her get a spin down low. She always makes it seems, once she does. The 3 here, bouncing around, no, but Shreve gets the offensive rebound. Olivia Pierce now with it, and Landry, as I said, spins but does miss this attempt, brings in a rebound and a foul on the floor. Kelson Wells now up to 4 fouls in tonight's game. 3 team fouls on Yankton in the quarter. Inbounding it here, Coley Cruz for the Cobblers. A lofty pass up ahead to Emma Casey. She'll hand it off. And another handoff. Now with it, Sequeros, a nice spin, dishes it out, finds an open Emma Casey. She can't get the 3 to fall. Brenna Elwood the rebound, and Yankton lucky to not give up any points on that possession, as there was 3 opportunities there for the Cobblers. Gazelles work with it. Kudera for the tie ball game. Buries the 3! Jordan Kudera has come to life in this second half, doing everything she can to will her team back into this one. Another foul. This will go against Yankton, and the 4th foul of the quarter for them.
I thought Wolfgram kind of plucked her clean there. I don't know if I like to call too much, but it's not my choice to decide.
So 33-33. Yankton has made up all 8 points that they trailed. And right now, the scoreboard doesn't show any more fouls on Yankton. So if that's the case, I'm really clueless on what the call might be. With it, the Cobblers a chance to take back the lead. Coley Cruz found some room, couldn't get the shot to fall. Rebound, Kudera. Feel like I've said her name often here in the second half. She's up to 11 points. Wolfgram with it on the far side, gives it back to Jordan. Kudera to Kraske, has some spacing. Her shot denied. Persea Parker, a clean block, and the Cobblers take back over. Parker on the other side. That would have been quite the 2 plays by her had she made that. Leah Landry gets stopped, gives it up. Shreve down low, scores it, and the foul. Shreve had not scored in quite some time, since early in the first half even. Now up to 12 points though, and a chance for her 3-point play. Jordan Kudera, the foul, excuse me. She'll swish in the attempt, and September Rao will check in place of Brenna Elwood. For the Cobblers, it's Aubrey Maylou in. And a late sub will check in. It's Matea McCauley with Coley Cruz heading to the bench. Gazelles with possession, 65 seconds to play here in our third quarter. They trail 36-33. Jordan Kudera nearly lost the basketball, just able to hang on to it. Gives it to Wolfgram. Right back, Kudera has some room. Had a great look, but that one won't drop. Leah Landry brings it the other direction. Her team the one possession lead, a chance to make it two. Ahead they move it, Maylou. Maylou passes up top, Persea Parker. They now move it down low into the lane. Leah Landry looking for anything, and a foul on Yankton. That will be foul number 5. And bonus free throws coming up for Leah Landry. Jocelyn Elwood, her third personal foul. Well, games don't get much better than this one. Feels like this could be one coming down to the final possession, a back and forth one as Landry swishes the first of 2.
Yeah, even one more made basket by the Gazelles, they're still right within range of taking it right at the end.
They did trail 8 entering the third quarter, tied it up, and now a 4-0 run for the Cobblers. That free throw rattled halfway down before popping out. Wolfgram with the basketball, crossing the half-court line to Rao, right back, Wolfgram. Nearing the logo, and a pass where she thought Kudera was going to stay. Kudera ran, and it bounces out of bounds. Another turnover for Yankton.
Just another miscommunication. Someone took off a little too early.
Olivia Pierce will check in place of Antonia Sequeros for the Cobblers. And Rapid City Central with the basketball. Landry nearly had Wolfgram touching the floor, able to nicely stay on her feet. I'm not sure how. Into the lane, Landry moves it. Too much on it. Wolfgram gets the rebound. 2 seconds to shoot here. She can have a heave, and it doesn't quite drop. That wraps up our third quarter. 24 minutes in, 8 to go. It's 37-33. Rapid City Central leads, 8 minutes to play here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Craving something boss level delicious? Come out to Boss Pizza and Chicken, where flavor meets delicious and delicious meets drooling. Your taste buds won't be the same when you taste the bold flavors of Boss Pizza and Chicken. From crispy chicken to juicy burgers to handcrafted specialty pizzas, Boss has it all. Serving lunch and dinner Monday through Sunday starting at 11 o'clock. That's why they're the boss. Boss Pizza and Chicken, just waiting to crush your cravings.
Warmer days are coming, and sooner or later your air conditioning will need to kick in as well. But what if it doesn't? Well, don't wait. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling. With 43 years in the business, we're very knowledgeable on what we do and how we serve our customers. You can rest assured that when you call day or night, someone will always pick up the call. Join our elite club today and become a priority member. Skip the line, get discounts on services, and have no overtime fees. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling for expert service from factory-trained technicians.
8 minutes to go here in this one. Could come down to the final possession, 37-33. Yankton trails Rapid City Central. They start with the basketball here in the fourth quarter. Nora Kraske has it, gives it up Rao. Rao finds some space to the lane. Her layup no good, trying to fight through a couple defenders there. Cobblers get a defensive stop. They move it right to left here. Persea Parker got it over to Cruz. Leah Landry wide open down low. Puts her team up 6. Still technically a 2-possession game, but you'd need 2 threes. Ball nearly stripped away there by Leah Landry. Goes out of bounds. Yankton retains possession. Brenna Elwood checks in place of Jocelyn Elwood. Inbound gets in. Wolfgram right back to Rao, who inbounded it. Bounce into the lane, and a pass that was deflected. Yankton needs to get something going on offense here. Into the corner, Kraske, with it, bounces it in. Brenna Elwood out to Rao. Rao, the corner three, high up, left it short. 1 minute into our fourth quarter, 39-33, Rapid City Central leads. Coley Cruz with it, gives it to Persea Parker. Across now to Olivia Pierce. Down low, they move it. Shreve on the floor, Nora Kraske, and Landry buries the triple. Puts her team up 9, and it's starting to feel like now or never time for the Gazelles. Just need to get something running here.
They need a spark. Who's going to give it to them?
Wolfgram runs it down the floor. Rao finds it. Back out to Wolfgram. Kicks it corner three. Nora Kraske. No good off the back iron. It goes. Fight for the rebound. Ends up with Persea Parker. That would have been Kraske's third triple of the night had it fallen through. Cruz gives it up to Shreve. They move it around the horn. Another three for the Cobblers drops. And when it rains, it pours. The Cobblers find themselves up 12. And a timeout here for Coach Savvy and the Gazelles. A necessary timeout and a full timeout here.
Yeah, I almost don't know what you can do to stop this shooting from the Cobblers. I mean, they're just shooting really good tonight, and they're, sometimes you catch a team hot, there's nothing you can do.
And right now, 45-33, Cobblers lead. Under 6 minutes to play. We'll take a 30-second timeout. When we return, the remainder of a good one here tonight in Yankton.
Doctors Lane, Reed, and Cole Swatsky make up the SWAT Chiropractic team. Check out their new location at 2000 Summit Street, Yankton, South Dakota. At SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, they'll treat your neck and back pain, headaches and migraines, plantar fasciitis, sciatica, sports injuries, elbow, knee, rotator cuff, nerve injuries, and more. SWAT Chiropractic, specialized wellness and therapy. Let them get you ready for wherever life leads you.
45-33 on the Fox stop of Yankton's scoreboard. Gazelles trailing Rapid City Central. Cobblers inching closer to their 7th win. We'll see if the Gazelles have it in them to try and mount a comeback here, and the comeback needs to start now with under 6 minutes to play. Yankton with the basketball. Coach Savvy and his team will have one timeout left for the remainder of the game. Now, if it never gets any closer than 10 points, you might not need it, but if the Gazelles make a run here, could be an important one. Wolfgram with it. Takes a screen from Kelson Wells. Gives it up Kudera. Back to Wolfgram. Around the horn until Kudera brings it down low. Wells fouled on her shot attempt. She's headed to the free throw line. Kelson Wells' 2 points have come from the line here tonight as Leah Landry called with her second personal. It's the first foul we've had in the fourth quarter here. Wells, first of 2, no good.
You need those, especially this late in the game.
Down 12 points have not been easy to come by for Yankton. Only at 33 so far at this point in the game as that one rattles its way to the bottom. 3 points in the game for Kelson Wells now. 3 for 4 at the line. As Coley Cruz just sprints it down the floor with Wolfgram on defense. At the elbow, Leah Landry has it. To the lane, kicks it out, Cruz. They can't get 3 straight threes. Kudera brings it in. Yankton wants to move quickly. Wolfgram with it. Stops as she gets doubled and finds 3 defenders in her area. Rao drives with it off the glass. An impressive finish there for September. It's now a 9-point game, and Yankton just a little bit of momentum as Rao picks up a foul.
Just a little too aggressive. Wanted the steal and couldn't stop herself when the defender was coming right at her.
But Yankton right now, you feel like you've got to keep up with this momentum. You're still down 9. You're not out of it, but time is becoming of importance here. Coley Cruz inbounds it, gets it into Persea Parker. Parker nearly losing the basketball, gets it over to Coley Cruz as Shreve fouled on her attempt. More free throws coming for her. She has been to the free throw line a number of times here tonight as Yankton not sure how to stop her otherwise.
Oh, it's so hard when she's 6'2" and everybody else isn't even near that. So hard to play against a player that tall.
Gets the first to drop. Shreve's next attempt also good, and her team back up 11. For Yankton, you know Rapid City Central, you're not shutting them out for the remainder of the game. You know they're going to score. You just have to continue doing your thing. Wells faked with it, gives it out to Rao. Rao brings it into the lane. Mid-range jumper left it short. Up ahead, the Cobblers move it quickly, and Persea Parker ends up somehow with it. Her foot was out of bounds, though. A turnover forced by Yankton, and if I'm the Cobblers, I'm not really probably trying to push that too hard.
Nope, they should be in milking clock mode.
Rao tried bringing it baseline, lost the basketball, and then knocked out of bounds. Last touch by Yankton. Coach Savvy not agreeing whatsoever with that call, letting the official hear it. And now a timeout, I believe. Yeah, I was going to say, no way they're teeing him up quite yet. He hasn't deserved a technical yet, so a timeout going to be called by Coach Taya Young, and it's a full timeout. 4:23 to go. Cobblers lead 47-36.
There's a whole new world out there. It's called the off-road, and it's waiting to be explored in a Polaris. So gear up to make every moment count with the Polaris off-road vehicle. The new Polaris models are now available at Stockman's Motorsports in Yankton. No matter the weather, get ready to tackle all the trails. With machines like these, your world just gets bigger. Stop in at Stockman's Motorsports today to learn more about the epic new Polaris off-road lineup. When you need top-notch appliances that last, trust the experts at Murph's Appliance. From washers and dryers to refrigerators, they have all the trusted brands to keep your home running smoothly. At Murph's, you'll find Maytag appliances built for durability and service you can count on. Whether it's a new oven or a repair, they're there for you every step of the way. Stop on down to Murph's Appliance, your local Maytag dealer in Vermilion. Maytag and Murph's, reliable just like you.
And back to the floor for action. The Cobblers with the basketball out of the break. The timeout called by Coach Taya Young of Rapid City Central. Landry has it in the lane, drives with it, finds some spacing. The wraparound layup, no good. Ball is a fight for the rebound, ends up with the Cobblers. Coley Cruz driving with it, short on her attempt. Landry had the rebound. It's knocked out of bounds. Gazelles basketball. And Yankton cannot give up these second opportunities. Here, they trail 11, under 4 minutes to play. It's 47-36.
Yeah, they're actually making quite a few stops when they need to. They just can't capitalize on the offensive side of the court.
Rao driving with it. She gets bumped, and into the hands of Shreve it goes.
Yeah, she wanted a push there as she was kind of forced out of bounds. The ref's not giving it to her.
Cobblers with it on offense, moving it down low. They get it over the top to Shreve. And that one, Wells tried going for the steal. It was just above her outstretched hands. Can't blame her on the effort there. 49-36 now the Cobblers lead. Just over 3 minutes to play in our third quarter. A bounce to Brenna Elwood. Brenna Elwood cross court to Wolfgram. Sets up for a three. Well short on that one. Those are just shots that you're going to need here, trailing 13 late in the game. Cobblers with it, and now really expect them to start using that clock as we cross the 3-minute mark, and they lead by 13. Coley Cruz gets it, nearing the Yankton logo. At the free throw line, Leah Landry kicks it out. Olivia Pierce with her three. No good. Shreve, though, bops it into the air and gets the offensive rebound. They can use another 30 seconds here. Coley Cruz has it. Brenna Elwood defending, and now Elwood the foul. Her second personal of the game. Team's third. Nora and Sabrina Kraske both check in for Yankton. Brenna Elwood and September Rao to the bench. Inbound gets into Landry. Down low, they move it. Shreve, and she is just hounded. Basketball ends up with Wolfgram, sprints it down the floor, drives to the lane, and she's fouled. She'll have 2 attempts at the free throw line. These will be her first free throw attempts of the game.
You know, it doesn't really feel like she's driven the lane too much tonight or even taken that many shots.
And you got to wonder if Shreve down low has certainly affected that, not wanting to go in down low when you have a clear height disadvantage. Wolfgram makes the first of 2. And the final timeout going to be used here by Coach Savvy. His team trails 12. It's 49-37, 2:18 to play in this one. Again, you're going to want to keep it here. We'll have a quick First Dakota National Bank postgame show coming up, as well as your hot hands of the game brought to you by Kaiser Heating and Cooling. And then we'll flip right into our pregame for the boys game as the Bucks host the Cobblers coming up. That'll all be here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
2:18 to play in this one, 49-37. Wolfgram with her second free throw coming up here. Could narrow that gap down to 11. Again, not impossible, but Yankton's going to need a halfway miracle here tonight to try and pull it off. 138 seconds to get rid of and erase a 12-point lead, now 11. Full court press here from Yankton. They're going to be aggressive. Cruz lofts it up ahead, Olivia Pierce, and now they will be able to break that press. Coley Cruz drives, dishes it out. Persea Parker, ball knocked out of bounds there by Wolfgram, but it will stay with Rapid City Central. Coley Cruz gets the inbound in to Leah Landry. Cross-court pass here. Yankton pretty much can't give up any points here. Cruz gives it up. Driving it, baseline. Landry got cut off. Persea Parker thought about the 3, decides to take more time off the clock. Down low, they get it into Shreve. Parker, her pass taken away. Eden Wolfgram, her 4th steal of the night. Wolfgram is fouled on the drive down the floor. It'll only be the 3rd foul on the Cobblers, so they're not too worried about that one. It goes against Leah Landry, her 3rd personal.
You know, and probably not a bad foul overall in the grand scheme of things, because we all know how good Wolfgram is. She was going to take that straight to the rim and probably make that basket.
And back-to-back fouls. Rapid City Central picks up their 4th, and the crowd not happy with that one, as it would have been a turnover. Instead, Coley Cruz picks up her 2nd personal. Sabrina Kraske on the inbound. It's knocked out of bounds by Leah Landry. How many times has Landry done that tonight? I mean, she's done such a good job of just deflecting every pass, every opportunity she gets. This time, Coley Cruz jumps the route, picks it off as the Gazelles were trying to get it into Jordan Kudera. The trap defense won't work, and the Cobblers successfully get the ball across the court. Cruz with it, works it. Gives it up to Olivia Pierce, who's now fouled by Wolfgram. Wolfgram, an intentional foul, her 3rd personal, team's 4th. And it just feels like it's going to be too little too late here tonight for Yankton. Leah Landry with it. Dribbling, has Wolfgram all over her. Now Coley Cruz driving with it. Pass taken away. Sabrina Kraske had it, knocked out of bounds. They're saying last touch by the Cobblers.
Great stop for Yankton. They'll get one last chance to try to get back into it.
They're going to need pretty much threes from here on out, and they can't use too much time. Out to Wells. Wells pump fakes, drives with it into the lane, kicks it out. Sabrina Kraske using a lot of clock, and this pass goes back court. It's a violation, and I think that's probably going to wrap it up here tonight, Gage.
Yeah, I think so too. They needed points on that possession if they wanted to come back. A lot of time and a turnover there, not in their favor.
47 seconds to go. It's 49-38. Yankton trails, and with Wolfgram and Kudera being checked out, that definitely feels like kind of waving the white flag here. As, you know, if you felt like you still had a chance, you're keeping those two in. Floor for Yankton made up of Brenna Elwood, Nora Kraske, Addison Muth, Kelson Wells, and Sabrina Kraske. Cobblers with it. Olivia Pierce bounces it over to Chloe Shreve. Shreve with it. Wells got a hand on it, nearly had the steal. She's all over Shreve and picks up a foul. Free throws coming up. And subbing in coming up will be Olivia Woods for Yankton. Wells has officially fouled out. That is her 5th foul and the team's 5th of the quarter. It looks like Madeline Terashinsky going to get some playing time as well at the scorers table. Shreve, first of 2 is good. She's up to 18, and really, if you could say one player made the difference tonight, it would be Chloe Shreve. Terashinsky comes in place of Nora Kraske. Shreve, second one, bounces around Landry, the other player who's really made a difference. Offensive rebound, and now Cobblers can just dribble this one out. Leah Landry works against Addison Muth on defense. 12 seconds to go in this one. Coley Cruz at the Yankton Y is going to finish this one out. 2 seconds to play, and your final score, 50-38. The Rapid City Central Cobblers come away with their 7th win and a huge win tonight over the Gazelles. Yankton drops to 5-10 on the season, and we'll see how that shakes things up in the standings as we enter next week. We'll have your post-game stats, your Kaiser Heating and Cooling hot hands of the game. And then again, a quick turnaround into our pregame show for the Bucks who are coming up. That's here on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
I knew I should have had those brakes checked at Graham Tire. It's all about safety. Tire mounting, balancing, wheel alignment, and shocks and struts and batteries, oil changes, and lube service. Graham Tire does these every day, and there's over an acre of tires. Graham Tire has them all, big and small. Tires for cars, trucks, campers, trailers, big rigs, and tracks. Honesty and integrity is a matter of pride since 1951. Graham Tire, Yankton.
Midwest Insurance Agency values family. Our agency has been family-run for over 60 years. We pride ourselves on excellent, knowledgeable customer service. This day and age, everyone is so eager to have an immediate response with a quote. But at Midwest Insurance, we take our time and evaluate your assets and make sure you are properly insured. We take those what-ifs very seriously. As we continue on our family business with hopes of our children, Brooke or Jet, taking over in the future, we will continue to be there for you always. Come be a part of our family. Midwest Insurance Agency, 3016 Piper Street, Yankton.
Welcome to JR's Oasis, your one-stop food and gas shop. Proud to serve Phillips 66 regular, premium, and diesel fuel. After fueling, go inside for slushies and shakes, ice cream cones, and now offering a full line of healthy, chilled items and snacks. JR's hot menu is great for breakfast, lunch, and supper, featuring the famous Hammer Breakfast Sandwich and fresh hand patty burgers. Try the new Cafe Tango frozen coffees for that extra boost of deliciousness. JR's Oasis, East Highway 50, Yankton.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you gotta call Kaylin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
You know, they put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kaylin's to anyone.
The Gazelles falling tonight. Your score 50-38 to the Rapid City Central Cobblers. And really a game that felt like Yankton needed to take advantage of. So we'll see how that switches things up in the standings in AA. They'll next be in action this upcoming Tuesday against Sioux Falls Christian. As now we await the boys game between the Bucks and Cobblers. Your final stats in that one: Jocelyn Elwood 1 rebound and a steal. Eden Wolfgram 7 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists and 4 steals. Nora Kraske with 6 points, an assist and 4 steals. Jordan Kudera led scoring with 11, 4 rebounds, 2 steals. And to round off the starter, September Rao with 8 points, 3 rebounds, and an assist. Off of the bench for Yankton, 3 points and an assist for Kelson Wells. And Brenna Elwood with 3 points and a rebound and an assist. It's time for your Kaiser Heating and Cooling hot hands of the game. Yankton's original and most trusted heating and cooling professionals for over 76 years. Kaiser Heating and Cooling, 808 West 23rd Street of Yankton. Tonight's hot hands of the game, we're going to give it to Jordan Kudera. Again, she came to life in that third quarter and really led her team. 11 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals. Felt like she was the one who gave her team a chance in the second half of that one. Unfortunately, just wasn't quite enough for Yankton here tonight. As now we switch gears over to our pregame show for the Yankton Bucks and the Cobblers. Part of our Anytime Fitness Yankton pregame show, Let's Make Healthy Happen. It's the 4th and final game of the week with the Bucks and Cobblers on the floor. Another matchup with teams that have had similar seasons and sit around the same place in the standings. Both teams in action last night as Yankton hosted the Rapid City Stevens Raiders in a victory 65-32. For the Cobblers, they were in Harrisburg and fell to the Tigers 52-62. We're starting to hit that now or never part of the season where if you want to try and make a splash, you've just got to start winning games. A win for either of these teams would go a long way in trying to clinch a spot in the Sodak 16, which isn't too far out anymore. Let's see how these teams have compared up to this point in the season. Yankton scoring 50.5 points per game to Rapid City Central's 49.5 points per game. So a 1 point per game scoring difference. And the difference definitely on the defensive side. Yankton allowing 53 points per game. Rapid City Central giving up just shy of 61 points. For Yankton, again, a 3-11 team in which their team, minus 2.7 points per game, their point differential from a 3-11 team tells you they're better than their record, no doubt about it. Rapid City Central, their point differential, 11.1 point per game, favoring their opponents. Last year when they faced off, 58-50, Rapid City Central won it. And it was a good one last year, just like it should be this season. Looking at the numbers, the offenses nearly identical, and they've regularly put up around the same amount of points. The number that sticks out, like I said, is going to be defense. The Cobblers giving up 7 more points per game. For the Bucks, their point differential is better than a few teams in front of them. A good chunk of the teams that sit on top of them in the standings actually have worse point differential. It means they've kept games closer against some of the tough opponents, a sign that they're better. But again, it's that now or never point. You've just got to start winning games. A 2-point loss counts as the same as a 30-point loss, unfortunately. Game feels like it heavily sits on how well the Cobblers can defend. With evenly matched offenses, it's up to whose defense can show up, and as of late, Yankton feels like they've done a better job on that side of the floor than they did to open, and the Cobblers giving up about 61 points per game. I was only able to get a hold of Coach Savvy ahead of this matchup, so we will take a really quick break. When we return, that chat with Savvy on the way as part of the Anytime Fitness Yankton pregame show.
From simple sniffles to complex health conditions, the primary care providers at Yankton Medical Clinic will not only see you for your annual visits, screenings, and preventative care, but also provides care for the entire family, from pediatrics to adults. With 4 clinic locations and 15 outreach locations throughout South Dakota and Nebraska, compassionate, quality medical care is closer than you think. For more information on providers, services, and locations, visit our website, yanktonmedicalclinic.com.
If you're into hunting, fishing, towing, or just want to blaze the trail, All Seasons has ATVs, UTVs, dirt bikes, and scooters from quality brands like Honda, Yamaha, and CF Moto. Needing watercraft? All Seasons has a large selection of quality boats and wave runners, and we take pride in service after the sale. We have friendly certified technicians that will winterize, summarize, diagnose, and repair your power sports equipment. In business for over 20 years for good reasons. We're All Seasons, Power Sports and Marine in Yankton.
Back on our coaches' conversations, Chris Haynes of the Bucks. Coach, the second of two as you now host the Rapid City Central Cobblers. Your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, Rapid City is a very athletic team. Got multiple guys that can really hurt you, and obviously that's a concern with a short bounce back. Playing last night and now boom, right out here again, early afternoon, mid-afternoon game. So they're really led by their big guy inside, Julius Duran, 6'4" senior. Hurt us last year out there when we played in Rapid. He can really do some things, and they got some good athletic guards that have good quickness, and a couple of them can really shoot it. So they got a good inside-outside game, which that's always a concern is when teams can not only score from the inside but from the outside. And so our defense is going to have to be on key in order to get some stops here today.
And looking at the standings, you're in a similar position as the Cobblers. How important does that then make this game?
Yeah, it's huge. Obviously seeding points, but more than that, it's just, you're into the middle of February now, and you need to be playing good basketball. This is the time of the season where you want to be playing good and need to be playing good basketball. And so for us, that's the most important thing. And, if you can do that, if you can play the basketball that you need to be playing in February, the seed points are going to fall where they may. And, hopefully have some momentum going the last few weeks of the season and into the postseason.
And you talk about they're good on the inside and outside on offense. What do you expect to see from them defensively?
Yeah, they mix it up, mostly man, but they will throw some zone in there. And so you got to be ready to attack everything, a little bit of a press, 2-2-1 press. So, just like any game, especially with no prep time for that is. But at this point of the season, it shouldn't matter. You should be able to, you basically seen everything you're going to see throughout the season. So you get to this point in the year, it's a matter of recognizing what the other team is in, getting organized and understanding how we're going to attack it, and then go do that accordingly. And so, that'll be the test today for us.
And as you had mentioned, just coming off a game last night, how do you then keep the legs fresh?
Yeah, I think, again, by this time in the season, you should be able to play back-to-back games. And, your conditioning and things should be to the point where you're able to do that. And the other thing is, it's like, okay, it is short back-to-back, so all right, we need to make sure we're attacking the basket always, but even more so in a game like this, where you're getting to the basket and not relying on just jump shots. Getting to the basket and get to the free throw line will be a huge key.
And you talk about getting to the free throw line as well as getting defensive stops. What are some other keys to victory in this one?
So, obviously defensively, getting stops. They're a team that can score, so we're going to have to make sure that, the game is more in our favor as far as points scored, and hopefully offensively, we can have a little bit of a breakout and get into the 50s and 60s ourselves.
All right, Coach, well, I appreciate it. We'll talk with you in a bit, and good luck in this game.
Sounds good. Thanks, Zach.
Again, you just heard from head coach Chris Haynes of the Yankton Bucks. Our fourth game in just 2 days coming up in a moment as the Bucks host the Rapid City Central Cobblers on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
I should have had those brakes checked. At Graham Tire, it's all about safety. Tire mounting, balancing, wheel alignment, and shocks and struts and batteries, oil changes, and lube service. Graham Tire does these every day. And there's over an acre of tires. Graham Tire has them all, big and small. Tires for cars, trucks, campers, trailers, big rigs, and tracks. Honesty and integrity is a matter of pride since 1951. Graham Tire, Yankton.
Midwest Insurance Agency values family. Our agency has been family run for over 60 years. We pride ourselves on excellent, knowledgeable customer service. This day and age, everyone is so eager to have an immediate response with a quote. But at Midwest Insurance, we take our time and evaluate your assets and make sure you are properly insured. We take those what ifs very seriously. As we continue on our family business with hopes of our children, Brooke or Jet, taking over in the future, we will continue to be there for you always. Come be a part of our family. Midwest Insurance Agency, 3016 Piper Street, Yankton.
Welcome to JR's Oasis, your one-stop food and gas shop. Proud to serve Phillips 66 regular, premium, and diesel fuel. After fueling, go inside for slushies and shakes, ice cream cones, and now offering a full line of healthy, chilled items and snacks. JR's hot menu is great for breakfast, lunch, and supper, featuring the famous Hammer Breakfast Sandwich and fresh hand patty burgers. Try the new Cafe Tango frozen coffees for that extra boost of deliciousness. JR's Oasis, East Highway 50, Yankton.
And back for a shortened Anytime Fitness Yankton pregame show. I mean, we had a plenty extended one before the Gazelles game, I suppose, so not going to complain about a shortened one here tonight, Gage. But the Bucks now on the floor against the Cobblers. At home, Yankton wearing red jersey and shorts trimmed out in white. On the flip side, the Cobblers all white jersey and shorts, and they are trimmed out in red. Your thoughts on the matchup coming into this one?
You know, both teams 3-11, looking to, make some last run momentum. 3-12. It looks like I had it wrong.
For the Cobblers, anyways.
Yeah, it looks like I had it wrong on my own roster sheet. But, yeah, both teams 3 wins, 11 losses, 12 losses, about the same regardless. Both looking to make one last run in the season to give themselves a good chance at making the state tournament with a good Sodak 16 matchup. Both should be playing hard tonight, wanting to win this game. It should be a good one. I expect this one to come right down to the wire.
And so after the Gazelles fell to Rapid City Central, now the Bucks looking for back-to-back wins. It would be the first time of the season where they would do so, as they're coming off a victory last night over Rapid City Stevens in that one. Beck Reichen with 4 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals. Owen Eidson has 14 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals. Jackson Cooter, a monster game, 28 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, and a steal. Again, playing about 2.5, not quite 3 quarters of play. Abel Bryan, 6 points, 1 rebound, 4 assists. Austin Conway with 2 points, 7 rebounds, and a block. Then off the bench, we saw a lot of Ivan Hirschman, pulled in 2 rebounds. Miles Drotzman with 2 points, 5 rebounds, an assist, and a swat. Grady Walters, 6 points and 2 rebounds. And Jackson Reichen with 1 point and 2 assists. That was a victory of 65-32 over Rapid City Stevens, and really just a huge game for the Bucks. It felt like one they needed, and it is always nice to talk with Coach. It's a little nicer to talk with Coach after a victory. And hey, your team looked great, and of course he had a nitpick or two. He's a coach, but overall, just him saying, we played great. I was very happy with what I saw out on the floor, and you don't get that from a coach a lot, and it was just really one of those games that everything worked well for Yankton. Some score updates on other games that wrapped up here for girls AA. Number 1 ranked Brandon Valley defeated Sioux Falls Lincoln 59-12. Number 4 ranked Rapid City Stevens knotted up late in the fourth quarter against Harrisburg at 32 apiece. No updates on any of the other games or any boys games, as it's time for your starting lineups, brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion. For all your heating and cooling needs, it's Larry's Heating and Cooling, anytime, any day. We start with the visiting Rapid City Central Cobblers, coached by TJ Hay, and 3-12 on the season. Number 2, a senior guard at 5'11", it's Sean Smith. Senior guard at 5'10", number 3, Preston Yellow. Senior forward at 6'4", number 20, Owen Bissonette. Senior forward, 6 feet tall, number 21, it's Wayland Binbo. And senior forward at 6'4", number 24, Julius Duran. It's now time to meet your Yankton Bucks starting lineup, brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion.
Beck Reichen, number 2, guard.
Owen Isis, number 3, guard. Jackson Kudra, number 4, guard.
Abe O'Brien, number 5, forward.
Austin Conway, number 52, center.
Again, those are your starting lineups presented by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. A game that was slated to start at 2 o'clock here, Gage. At 2:51, we're getting closer and closer to tip-off. That Gazelles game didn't get started until good about 50 minutes after, and then a pretty typical average length game from them. Either way, happy to be here Saturday for sports, right?
Yeah, there's maybe one other place I'd rather be right now than right here, and that's in Florida watching Kentucky-Florida basketball. But, this is a good second level of competition. So, I can't complain. Doing games with you is always a pleasure most of the time. So, yeah.
On the floor here, they wrap up their starting lineups for the Bucks now. They've already announced the Cobblers here who are out on the court. Again, the Cobblers in all white jersey and shorts trimmed out in red. For Yankton, will be wearing red jersey and shorts trimmed out in white, which is not the usual for them at home. We also saw that in the Gazelles game earlier against Central. For the Cobblers, Owen Bissonette will meet whoever for the Bucks in the center circle. It's been Abe O'Brien as of lately. Owen Bissonette listed at 6'4", taller than any other Yankton player. And it will be Abe O'Brien to the center circle. He and Jackson Kudera have done all of the jumping so far this season. Teams are on the floor ready to roll. Bucks coming off a huge win. The Cobblers took Harrisburg to their limit in the fourth quarter, looking to bounce back here. Ball's put in the air, tipped by Abe O'Brien, and we start with the Bucks on offense, moving right to left as you watch it on Yankton, streaming on YouTube. Beck Reichen has it, gives it up. Jackson Kudera wants to keep up his hot shooting right away. 3 points for Jackson Kudera. A star in the making.
Best way to start the game.
Jackson Kudera with the first 3 points of the night. Now the Cobblers with it on offense for the first time. Duran drives with it, spins into the lane, and looks like maybe some contact near his head there. That or just maybe trying to sell a little bit of the foul. Either way, gets the foul call. Abe O'Brien on the call, and free throws coming up for Duran.
You always want to sell the call. If you're the one with the ball, you always want to flop even just a little bit.
The thing is, it was a foul.
Yeah.
It was the correct call. Just make sure it gets called. Duran knocks down the first of 2. And you could already tell just at 6 feet 4 inches tall. Certainly fast with the basketball in his hands. Next one does drop, and both teams on the board. It's 3-2, 35 seconds into this one, Yankton leading. Beck Reichen will slowly bring the ball down the floor. Takes it to the far side. Gets stopped, gives it up. Kudera drives it baseline, bounces it into Abe O'Brien. Abe looking for anything. Beck Reichen pump fakes the 3, drives it into the lane. Euro step over the much taller defender and just put way too much on that one. Would have been a circus shot had it fallen. With it pressed in yellow. Owen Eisnes got his hands on it and is able to loft it out to Beck Reichen for the layup and a score. Owen Eisnes, if you need a steal, Owen Eisnes is your guy. Eisnes playing tight against Sean Smith. Bucks leading early, 5-2. On the far side corner, they move it up to Waylon Benbow, and again a steal. Owen Eisnes, he'll bring it himself for 2. As I was just saying, if you need a steal, there's your guy. He picks up his second already of the game. With it driving, a lot of contact. No call for either side. Missed attempt. Conway brought it in, and Yankton brought it down the floor quickly. Now setting up their offense. Driving with it, Abe O'Brien, shot denied out of bounds. He wants a foul call, not going to get one. It stays here with the Bucks. Beck Reichen inbound, gets it into Conway. 22 to shoot yet for Yankton, so no immediate hurry. Reichen had some space just for a moment, decided against the three-point attempt. Kudera with it, gets it down low. Conway finds a cutter, and Abe O'Brien, he's fouled, and free throws coming up. I love that. Conway could have just went up himself there. Instead, just looks one time. If it's not there, you go up with it. But he found Abe O'Brien cutting for a better opportunity, drawing the foul from Sean Smith, and now free throw attempts.
You know, even if he had just a smidge better of a look, you always got to dump that ball for a better chance of points.
Abe O'Brien is on the scoreboard now for the first time. He's got a point after that first free throw drops. 8-2, Yankton already up 6. O'Brien makes his next one as well. 9-2, Yankton leads, a 7-point deficit. It's the largest lead we've seen tonight. Early on, though, we just passed the 6-minute mark of the first quarter. Bucks looked like they have kept momentum from last night. Sean Smith had some spacing there, missed the jumper. Austin Conway brings it in for number 2 on his rebound count. Yankton looking for double-digit scoring first here in this one. Owen Eisnes, the corner three, left it short. Kudera pulls in the rebound, takes a dribble, drives with it. He's fouled on the attempt. I know I talk a lot about Jackson Kudera, but it is for good reason. He is just such a good player, and he's only a sophomore.
Yeah, when you can get a young player like that making that much of an impact, it just makes your team that much better.
Kudera misses the first of 2. The fouls on Sean Smith, his second personal. So he's got both of his team's fouls early on. The senior guard will take a seat on the bench. Logan Soderlin now in his place. Kudera goes 0 for 2 at the line. And our score remains the same, 9-2, as Duran moves it into the lane. Gets stopped at the free throw line. Benbow with it, pulls up for 3. Off the front iron it goes, and Jackson Kudera brings it in. 3 minutes into this one, it's 9-2, the Bucks leading. Eisnes finds Conway, trying to work it down low, got stopped on his spin, kicks it out. Beck Reichen, an open look for 3, left it short. Fight for the rebound, and now Kudera is going to hit Julius Duran and get called for a foul. Kudera, his first personal, team second in the quarter. Duran with it as Eisnes got a hand on it, gave it up to Kudera, but a swat by Duran, and I think it's going to be goaltending. The crowd might not like it very much, but that is the call. So Eisnes, credit, it's his second time in 2 nights now where he's actually had a basket from goaltending, and you don't see that much. I guess twice now for him. On the opposite side, Bissonette sets up for an open look for 3, drills it. 11-5, Yankton leads 6. We near the 4-minute mark in this one. Kudera has it a few steps beyond the perimeter. Drives with it, gets to the hoop, fouled. He's got more free throws coming up. His second trip to the line already of the night. Can I keep saying of the night? Well, certainly used to basketball being played a little bit later. Daytime games throw you off a little bit. Fouls on Owen Bissonette. Kudera gets the first one to drop.
You know, Zach, we've been in this gym so long, it does feel like later.
That we have a good hour-long pregame earlier as Kudera goes 2 for 2. Some pressure from Miles Drotzman, who's in, fouls Duran. Julius Duran has drawn all 3 fouls of the Bucks early in this one. Inbound gets in Julius Duran, and then in and out of the hands of Preston Yellow. Backcourt, it'll be a violation. Yankton gets a freebie here and a chance to extend their lead. They have not led by double digits. An opportunity here as they're up 8. It's 13-5, 4 minutes to go in our first quarter. The Bucks floor made up of Jackson Kudera, Abe O'Brien, Owen Eidsness, Beck Reichen, and Miles Drotzman. Drotzman finds Beck Reichen, hands it off. Eidsness, good look from the triple. No. Durant pulls in the rebound. He'll have Eidsness on him as he works his way down the floor. He gets by Owen into the lane, but then stopped. A few quick passes, another open look. Waylon Binbo knocks that one in.
Now that's one way to get right back into a game, back-to-back threes.
13-8, it's back down to a 5-point difference. Reichen finds a cutter and Eidsness stopped at the baseline. Up top, they move it. Kudera pump fakes from 3, drives with it, and he's going to be tripped up and travel. Of course, that look from Eidsness drops when it's not going to matter. As Grady Walder's going to check in place of Owen Eidsness. Walder had 6 points last night. Looking to help contribute in today's game. Julius Duran at the top of the key works against Drotzman. His pass nearly taken away by Beck Reichen, but it slid it through. Owen Bissonette lines up the 3. No good on that one. A fight for the rebound, and Grady Walder's going to pick up a foul. So it looked like Yankton right away was just going to take off with this game. Rapid City Central has worked their way back in, and it's getting closer here. Only 5 points the difference, and they've got possession. Up top with it, Logan Soderlin. Picks up his dribble, gives it to Duran. A fight for the basketball. Ends up staying with the Cobblers. Off of the hands, it bounces. Kudera got a hand on it. It'll stay with Rapid City Central. Still 18 to shoot on the shot clock. And he stepped in. It wasn't a 5-second violation, but on the inbound, stepping inside the court, and it'll turn it back over to Yankton. Bucks take it back over on offense, right to left they move it. Beck Reichen at the Yankton Y, crosses half court. Finds Miles Drotzman, hands it off Kudera. Kudera with a couple steps. Spins it into the lane, rises up. Can't get the short jumper to fall. Another opportunity for the Cobblers here to try and make this closer. Driving to the basket, Preston Yellow hits the floor hard. He's fouled. Doesn't really matter if it's on the shot or the floor because it's bonus now for Rapid City Central. Grady Walder's picked up his second already in the game as Ivan Hirschman to the scorer's table. First of 2 drops. We're down to a 4-point game. Hirschman checks in place of Grady Walder. At the free throw line is Preston Yellow. Made the first. On the second, it's up and drops. .2:15 to go in the first quarter, 13-10. A one-possession game and a good one to start here today. Miles Drotzman gives it up. Abe O'Brien, now Beck Reichen. To the corner they move it. O'Brien wants to bring it baseline. Is forced to pass it back out. Beck Reichen, back out. Kudera got the defender on the pump fake. 5 to shoot here for Yankton. They get it into Abe O'Brien. That one rims in and out. Knocked out of bounds. Last touched, I believe, by Ivan Hirschman for sure on the Bucks.
No, even running into crunch time, that pull-up jumper was still a good look from the Bucks. Just unfortunate they couldn't make it.
And Abe O'Brien gets a couple of buckets each game. About a 4-point per game scorer for this Bucks squad. He's really been a much improved player in the last few games here. With it for the tie, Owen Bissonette drains it. We're knotted up 13 apiece. Yankton had an 8-point lead in this first quarter. Rapid City Central right back into it.
His second through of the night, and both of them were very crucial for this Cobblers team coming back.
Ivan Hirschman with it. Kicks it out. Abe O'Brien into the lane. Going up with it. No good. Fighting for his own rebound. Saves it. Gets it back into Beck Reichen. What an attempt there just to keep it alive. O'Brien gets stopped at the free throw line. Now Hirschman. Hirschman drives with it. Gives it up. Abe O'Brien takes a dribble. Gets a good look. Scores it. Yankton reclaims the lead. 15-13 with 38 seconds to go in the first quarter. Duran, a couple of spins, goes up with it off the right side. It goes. Hirschman brings it in. Shot clock is off. Yankton will slow things down to take the final shot here of our first quarter of action. 15-13 right now. Beck will give it up to Drotzman, and usually 10 seconds is when you start to make your move. We've hit the 10-second mark, and that is when Yankton will try and set something up. Kudera got it down low here, nearly lost the basketball, jump ball. That will give it up to Rapid City Central, but they've only got 4 seconds to shoot. Honestly, Gage, that's not a bad time for a jump ball for Yankton. Now, of course, you'd like to get the foul if you're a Bucks fan, but for the jump ball, they're not going to get a great look more likely than not, and you'll get the ball out of the break. A half-court heave, way too much on that one from the hands of Devin Soderlin. After 8 minutes, it's 15-13. Yankton leads here on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Weather around here gets pretty crazy. Are you sure the weather hasn't caused damage to your roof? Let Justice at H&H Roofing in Yankton take any roof damage worries away. He'll come and inspect your roof. Even if you've had an inspection, get a second opinion or re-inspection for your peace of mind. H&H Roofing has built their reputation on working to satisfy homeowners for years. Family owned and operated. H&H Roofing is bonded and insured. Contact Justice today.
Dive into the delicious all-you-can-eat Asian buffet, featuring mouth-watering Asian cuisine like broccoli beef, General Chicken, sesame chicken, so much more. Or choose from a fresh selection of meats, noodles, rice, vegetables, Asian-inspired sauces, and watch them sizzle on the Mongolian grill. Plus tantalizing desserts, including ice cream. Get your fill at King Buffet and Mongolian Grill, North Broadway, Yankton.
You don't think it's defense? 15-13, 8 minutes to go in the first half. Bucks leading the Rapid City Central Cobblers, and they'll start with the basketball to open the second quarter. Again, that's because of that late jump ball. Maybe a benefit to Yankton. Kudera some space from deep, buries another three.
Same way they opened the first quarter, same way they opened the second.
Fight for the basketball, goes out of bounds, and Yankton forces a turnover. Kudera up to 8 points already in today's game. He'll inbound it, gets it in, Owen Eidsness. A bounce pass to a cutter, and Beck Reichen got his defender in the air and then fouled on the shot attempt. Did a nice job of pump faking, getting that defender in the air. Now, if that pass had been just a little further ahead, Beck Reichen would have had just a wide open layup, but you'll take some free throws and a foul against Preston Yellow.
A quick foul on the Cobblers, and you get a chance for your 2 points at the line. You can't be mad at all.
All depends on if you can sink them or not. Reichen makes the first of two. 19-13, Yankton slowly building up another lead here. And he does go 2 for 2, so ends up being beneficial. Get the foul on the Cobblers and the 2 points. Up ahead, Preston Yellow sprints it down the floor. Makes a move towards the top. Conway got a hand on it. It was tipped. That's why it's not a backcourt violation. Into the hands of Waylon Benbow. Benbow up top to Braden Isler. Corner 3, well defended. Miles Drotzman, and he'll bring in the rebound as well. Yankton back to work on offense. A 7-point lead, 1 minute into the second quarter. Kudera gives it up to Owen Eidsness. Brings it up top. Eidsness driving with it. He's fouled as he was trying to round that corner. Goes against Sean Smith. He's up to his 3rd personal already now, Gage. Team's 2nd of the quarter. And he immediately checks out. Julius Duran comes back in place of Sean Smith. Senior for a senior. Yankton inbounds it. Kudera down low, works it short on the jumper. Owen Eidsness nearly getting away with a steal there, but ends up back into the hands of Preston Yellow. Coach Hay wanted a foul, but his team ends up with the basketball either way. Into the corner 3, a swish. Robert Steele knocks that one in. And that's how the Cobblers have really stayed in this one, is timely 3-pointers. Up ahead, Owen Eidsness drives it baseline, off the glass, fouled, hitting the deck. Nearly had the and one. Free throws coming up.
A quick 3 fouls for the Cobblers. Not a great start.
And that's exactly why that 1 foul was beneficial. You're 1 closer to getting into the bonus. Braden Isler with the foul. Eidsness misses the first of 2. Eidsness gets the second one to drop. He is up to 5 points in this one. 21-16. Yankton leads. 6:20 to play in the first half of action. Robert Steele works it down the floor against Owen Eidsness, who's now tagged with a foul. His first personal, team's first of the quarter. Inbounding will be Waylon Benbow. Gets it in, Julius Duran. Duran moves it within the perimeter, and right back out it goes. Steele thought about another 3-point attempt, decided against it. Now it's Isler. A lot of ball movement. Duran, his 3, high arching, hits nothing but net. Back to a 2-point game. And Rapid City Central shooting well from the perimeter. It's the reason they're in this game right now.
You know, you would like to think the law of averages is going to lower that here later in the game, but the way they're shooting, you almost just can't see it.
It hasn't been kind iron or anything, just swish upon swish. Ball went out of bounds. Bucks will retain possession. Beck Reichen gets it back. 24 to shoot here for Yankton. Eidsness thought about the 3, decided against it. Ball was knocked free into the hands of Conway. Kicks it out, Beck Reichen. Got a defender in the air. It's now 5-on-4. Beck Reichen fouled. Now 4 on the Cobblers in the quarter with over 5 minutes to play. It's against Waylon Benbow. His first. 4 now already on the Cobblers. Quick inbound to Eidsness, then down low. Kudera scores it. Jackson Kudera, double digits already in the first half here. Coming into last night's game was a 14-point per game score. That certainly went up after a 28-point game. Bobble on the pass. Beck Reichen ends up taking it away. A one-on-one on the fast break. Got his guy in the air, missed it. Jackson Kudera, the offensive rebound. Then a fight for the next one. Goes out of bounds. Last touch by the Bucks. That's one you'd like to maybe see him wait it out, take the steal. The defender had great positioning. thought he was maybe trying to draw the foul. But instead, we headed the other way for the Cobblers on offense. Waylon Benbow with it. Gives it up. Robert Steele with it. Stops on a dime in the lane. Brings his team within 2. 23-21, 4:30 to play in our first half of action. Beck Reichen got through the defenders. A foul on Rapid City. Bonus free throws for Yankton. For 4.5 minutes to go in the second quarter. That's certainly going to have an impact on this second quarter.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Bucks here take advantage of that to use these free throws to really pull away from the Cobblers.
Robert Steele picks up his first personal. Now it seems like everyone for the Cobblers with 1 foul. Seems how can that be with 5 fouls, but about everyone's got a foul. Beck Reichen makes his first of 2. Abe O'Brien checks in place of Drotzman. Reichen up to 5 points in this game, 3 coming from the line. Reichen swishes the second as well. He's 4 for 4 at the charity stripe tonight. With it here, Owen Bissonette has Conway on him on defense. Gives it up top. Duran thought about another triple pump fakes, gets into the lane, off the glass, scoop layup is good, and the foul counted. The foul goes against Conway. He's got 2 in the game. Yankton's got 2 in the quarter. Already 7 fouls here in our second quarter, and we're not halfway through yet. Duran knocks it in, and Ivan Hirschman will check in. It's a 1-point difference here. Yankton on offense. It's like they keep nearing a 10-point lead, and then a couple of threes for Rapid City Central brings it right back into a very good game.
Both teams are just trading big blows with each other.
Owen Eidsness gives it up. Beck Reichen, some space. 4-3. Beck Reichen gets that one to drop. He's up to 9 points. Duran on the other side. He leads his team in scoring with 8. Owen Eidsness, his 3rd steal of the night, brings it in for a layup. 3 steals for Owen Eidsness. Still in the second quarter. Bucks back up 6. Julius Duran, a move on Ivan Hirschman. The ball was nearly poked free. Down low, wide open. Robert Steele scores it. And that one, Owen Eidsness caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Tried for the steal, left a defender open. But the thing is, he gets the steal so many times, you'll take it. Eidsness drives to the hoop, doesn't score it, but he's fouled. Free throws on the way.
Sometimes you just get a little greedy with that one cookie, trying to go back for a second, and that time it didn't pay off.
Hey, he's got 3 steals. All have ended up leading to scores. You'll take it. 3-1, that's a pretty good ratio. Eidsness misses the first one long. He's now 1 for 3 at the line today. A 4-point lead for the Bucks here. Eidsness now 1 for 4 at the line. Ball was knocked out of bounds, last touch by the Bucks. And it will be Rapid City Central basketball when we return as a timeout for Coach Haynes and his squad. A Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. When we return, 30-26, Bucks lead.
Do you realize what your Yankton Hy-Vee has to offer? Aisles online, delivery, catering, fresh floral and bakery departments, pharmacy with drive-up, and online prescription refills, Hy-Vee Health Market, dietitian service, fresh seafood department, U.S. Postal Substation, take and bake for breakfast, and family meal deals. Yes, all that and more is at your Yankton Hy-Vee, located on the corner of 21st Street and Broadway Avenue in Yankton.
That water break brought to you by Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton, locally owned for 4 generations. Call them for water softening and purification, salt, reverse osmosis needs, and bottled water. That's Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton. 3 minutes to play in our first half here tonight. Bucks leading 30-26 over Rapid City Central. It's a good one here. Cobblers with possession of it. Robert Steele brings it up top. Logan Saldum, and Ides has had his hands on it, just couldn't quite bring it in for his fourth steal. Robert Steele, a good look from three, no good, but an offensive rebound. Soderlin got the rebound. Multiple attempts here for Central, none going. Can almost guarantee Coach Haynes will be bringing that up in our postgame as Yankton fouls the Cobblers.
Well, just even the amount of offensive rebounds that the Cobblers got there, the Bucks need to get a board off the glass. They cannot give the Cobblers 3 or 4 opportunities to score.
Cobblers still with possession here. It's been a lengthy possession, but again, 3 or 4 looks as they 3 dead on for Logan Soderlin. Once again, a 1-point game. 2:17 to play in the first half. Yankton leads 30-29. I don't believe the Cobblers have led once in this game, but they trail 1 here. Idesness wants the answer 3, rims in and out. Cobblers with an opportunity for their first score. That pass was tipped by Idesness, and it'll go out of bounds. Last touch there by the Cobblers. How many deflections at this point does Idesness have on the defensive side?
I can't even count.
It feels like every pass he's somehow there. Under 2 minutes to go in the second quarter. Bucks hanging on to a 1-point lead. Beck Reichen brings it down the floor and gives it up. Miles Drotzman. Owen Idesness, a nice cut, drives to the lane, floats it over the top. A great move by the senior. He's up to 9 points. With it, Idesness gets the foul on the defensive side. Again, looking for the steal there. 3 players nearing double digits for the Bucks already. And I think Coach Haynes said after the Pier game, only once this year have 3 players scored 10 or more. Right now they've got 1 player at 10 in Kudera, 2 at 9 with Reichen and Idesness, and the first half not even over yet.
Yeah, scoring over 30 points in the first half is pretty ideal. It's just their defense has to make a stop and limit the Cobblers 3-pointers at the very least.
On the inbound, Drotzman grabs a foul, and now bonus for the other side. Both teams in bonus. We've got over 10 fouls in this second quarter of action. Drotzman gets his second. To the free throw line, Julius Duran. He's got 8 in tonight's game so far. First one falls. .92 seconds to go in our first half, a 2-point difference. Duran's next attempt, also good, and you've guessed it, a 1-point game. 90 seconds to play, both teams fighting to take the lead entering the half. Bucks with it on offense. Drotzman had plenty of room there. Drives. No good on his attempt. Abel Bryan, the offensive board, gets his second bucket of the night. There's a reason Coach Haynes is so high on Abel Bryan. He's just got a motor on that offensive glass. Bucks back up to a 3-point lead. Cobblers here with it. They give it up to Devin Soderlin. Now move, spin into the lane, and another foul. Preston Yellow headed to the line. Ivan Hirschman picks up the foul. That's going to be his first personal. Seen a lot of free throws so far tonight. Bucks have already made 9 in the game. That one rattles its way through. Preston Yellow up to 3 points in today's game. Yellow, his next attempt, the same as the last. 34-33. Bucks still clinging on to this 1-point lead. Reichen brings it down the floor, and more free throws. Preston Yellow picks up a foul, his second personal. I've lost track of how many in the quarter now. I think we might be up to 14, maybe 15. Yankton's been in bonus since 4.5 to play in this quarter. Beck Reichen with a made free throw now has double digits. He's got 10, tying Jackson Kudera for the most in the game, along with Julius Duran on the other side. Robert Steele checks back in for Rapid City Central. Reichen stays perfect at the line, 6 for 6, Bucks up 3. It's 36-33, 45 seconds to play in the first half. Robert Steele will give it up, Preston Yellow. Now to the hands of Devin Soderlin. Duran with it, 15 to shoot now for Rapid City Central. Duran spins it, works against Drotzman, kicks it out. A good look from 3 for the tie. Rims in and out. Kudera brings in the rebound. Yankton a chance for the final shot of the first half. They've got a 3-point lead, looking to extend that heading into our third quarter. Coming up, Vishay Yankton halftime show. Beck Reichen with it, 3 seconds to shoot, just needs something, throws it up, he's fouled. That was about best case scenario for the Bucks there. More likely than that, that shot's not dropping.
Yeah, draw another foul, and they get a chance to extend this to a 2-possession game.
Devin Soderlin, the foul, that is going to be his first personal. And Bucks a chance to make it a 2-possession game as we enter the half, which during the half, Beck Reichen makes the first of 2. During the half, we'll have our Vishay Yankton halftime show, and then our chat with either head coach Blake Savvy of the Gazelles or one of the assistant coaches, and chat with the game we saw earlier for them today. Reichen swishes in that one, and the Bucks lead by 5. A 3-quarter shot heave will fall just short, and we are halfway through our 4th game in 2 days. Bucks are leading 38-33. The scoring has come a little bit easier tonight than we've seen earlier. When we return, the Vishay Yankton halftime show here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Larson Carpet has all your flooring needs. Step into their showroom to see a wide selection of all types of flooring. They have soft and luxurious carpet that's sure to bring comfort to your home. Stylized tile to make any room pop. Different color options of hardwood to make matching easy, and convenient vinyl plank for when spills happen. Of course, with the best customer service in the area. Their knowledgeable staff will make sure to answer any questions you might have. Larson Carpet, 212 Walnut.
Looking to buy a home or maybe sell? Trust the name that puts you first. America's Best Realty. From your first showing to the final signature, their expert agents guide you every step of the way. Fast closings, top market value, and real service you can count on. Your dream home, they will find it. Selling fast, they will make it happen. Call America's Best Realty at 605-260-1600. America's Best Realty, because you deserve the best.
Looking for a photo that actually looks like you, but better? At Meridian Photo, we specialize in capturing personality, not just poses. Whether it's headshots, high school seniors, family sessions, or team and individual sports photos, we'll make you look like a legend. We've just landed in the Meridian District of Yankton. Book your session today at meridian-photo.com or give us a call at 605-655-4598. Meridian Photo. Be you. You deserve it.
Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team specializing in all things heating and cooling, as well as heat and glow gas, wood, and electric fireplaces, humidifiers and dehumidifiers, and all styles of ductless mini-split systems. Whether you are building or remodeling, our team of innovative experts will get you the correct equipment and indoor air quality accessories you need for your home or business. Remember, Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team for all things heating and cooling for the past 77 years. Go Bucks and Gazelles.
Your local KFC Taco Bell at 2504 Fox Run Parkway in Yankton offers 2 menus combined into one. Something for everyone at KFC Taco Bell. When your family's hungry and can't decide between crispy chicken and mashed potatoes or tacos, burritos, and protein bowls, well, you don't have to choose. Get the best of both worlds in one stop. Cool down with the legendary Baja Blast Freeze or heat things up with a variety of hot sauces. KFC Taco Bell Yankton. Why pick one when you can have both?
What does FloorTech do? When disaster strikes, water damage, mold growth, or fire cleanup, call the team you can trust. FloorTech Cleaning and Restoration. They respond fast to protect your home or business and restore it the right way with honesty, integrity, and top-notch service. Their crews proudly serve southeast South Dakota and northeast Nebraska, including Yankton, Mitchell, Norfolk, and Sioux Falls. For 24/7 emergency service, call 800-507-1822. If your home or floor is wet, call FloorTech or visit them at floortechrestoration.com.
Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts on the corner of 15th and Broadway in Yankton. Your full-service flower and gift store. Beautiful fresh flower arrangements to artificial arrangements. Gifts, sympathy, foodie items to snarky gifts. Stop by and let the gals at Pied Piper give you the personal service you deserve. Brighten your day and head to Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts, where you'll find something new every time you go. Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts Yankton, they deliver.
Hi, it's Linda at Linda's Angel Crossing in Yankton. I carry Tribal, Lulu Bee, Ethel, Southern Lady, and Old Ranch. I have other brands too. The nursery has everything you need for babies. Copper pearl bibs, magnetic sleepers, swaddlers, bag sleepers, and baptism. Toddler clothing, boys and girls Under Armour to size 7, toys, little golden books, and other unique kids' toys. Linda's Angel Crossing, 1101 Broadway in Yankton.
And during our Vichet Yankton halftime show, now chatting with assistant coach Jill Muth of the Yankton Gazelles. And coach, we just saw your team on the floor against Rapid City Central, 50-38, the final score. What did you see in that one?
Yeah, I think we came out maybe a little tired and a little tentative against the press again, and that's not true. Actually, we came out and scored a couple quick buckets, and then we kind of. They maybe made an adjustment, and we didn't adjust all that well to it against the press. And, we battled with them, and it was kind of back and forth a little bit. We got down in the second half, and at halftime we talked about, attacking the high post, and we came out and we scored, 6, 8, 12 real quick points in the second half. And then, just kind of went away from that a little bit, and it just got away from us again, We just are just this close to continuing to keep being aggressive and keeping our foot on the pedal and turning ourselves into a pretty good basketball team.
And that's kind of something Coach Savvy's talked about, is just putting together a full 4 quarters, because you can see there is a lot of potential there and ability to keep up with anyone. And then the next quarter maybe doesn't go quite so well. So when you get those 4 quarters together, it's a good team out there.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. And, and it's at times, like you said, we look really good, and we come out and we have stretches of a quarter or maybe 2 quarters or a half a quarter, and we're really good. And then we have the same amount where we're not very good, and that's just going to keep going to be our continual, talk with our girls, keep working on it. Hey, we believe in this. We believe in you. You got to believe in you. We got to find a way to keep pressing forward and keep being good and keep believing that we can win. Not hoping that we win, but believing that we're going to win.
And a player that really kind of stepped up in that third quarter there was Jordan Kudera, a young player on the squad as well, as she just continues to get better and better, it seems, each game.
Yep. She's really good at attacking the basket and has real good body control and does a good job of finding a way to get the ball in the rim. And that's something that definitely we're always looking for, finding people that can score the ball, and she's done a good job of that for us lately.
And then coming up this next week, you've got 2 games. Tuesday is Sioux Falls Christian, then T-Area. A couple of tough opponents there. What are your thoughts on that week?
Yeah, it's that's February basketball. We want to be playing our best basketball, so we need to find ways to, put this weekend behind us. It's done. It's nothing we can do about it. Now we've got these 2 more opportunities ahead of us to go out and see if we can get back to playing the basketball we'd been playing the 2 weeks before this, and playing like we know we can, and then, see what happens. If we play hard and we play good and we can get some wins, that'd be great.
All right, well, thanks for the time, Coach. Really appreciate it.
Yep, thank you for your coverage. We appreciate all you do for Yankton High School.
Again, that was assistant coach Jill Muth of the Yankton Gazelles, who fell to Rapid City Central 50-38 earlier today. On the floor now at the half, Yankton Bucks leading the Cobblers 38-33 in what's been a really good back-and-forth game so far. Your halftime stats, Beck Reichen in this one with 13 points. He's really done a nice job. 1 assist, 1 steal. Owen Eidsness, 9 points, 3 assists, 3 steals. Jackson Kudrow with 10 points, 4 rebounds, an assist, and a steal. Abe O'Brien, 6 points, 2 rebounds, and Austin Conway with 2 rebounds. Coming off the bench, Ivan Hirschman with a rebound and an assist. Miles Drotzman with a rebound and an assist. And we've also seen Grady Walder. It's been a back-and-forth game, but the Bucks have actually led the entirety of the way through. Gage, what are your thoughts so far at this point in the game?
It's really turned into a game of runs. Yankton strikes first. In both quarters, they really have struck first, making a few threes, getting a bunch of steals, getting a bunch of points in transition. But these timely threes from the Cobblers is what's really kept them in this. Other than putting Yankton in the bonus, for early in the second quarter, Cobblers have been right in it and, almost could be leading this game if it weren't for the fouls.
And I think that's exactly right. For the Cobblers, they need to limit fouls. 4.5 minutes to go in that second quarter, put Yankton in the bonus. And then for Yankton, you gave up 33 first-half points. Coach Haynes definitely doesn't like his team giving up 60-plus. We'll see how the second half shapes out. We'll take a quick break. When we return, the third quarter, about a minute out here on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Yankton Rexall in the Meridian District, Yankton, for all your gifts and decor needs. It's the only place in town to find both Hallmark ornaments and cards for any occasion. They also have Willow Tree and Precious Moments collectibles, the perfect anniversary and wedding gifts, nativity scenes, Watkins products, and single Abdallah chocolates. The Yankton Rexall Pharmacy for all your prescription needs. Yankton Rexall at the corner of 3rd and Douglas, downtown Yankton.
Back on the floor, closing out our Vichy Yankton halftime show. A great game here tonight as the Bucks and Cobblers, a back-and-forth action in this one. 38-33, Bucks lead this one. Out of the break, Rapid City Central will start with the basketball. Yankton opens the third quarter the same as their starting lineup. It's Beck Reichen, Owen Eidsness, Jackson Kudrow, Abe O'Brien, and Austin Conway. Some pressure on the inbound here for the Bucks as our third quarter officially underway. Under 16 minutes to go in this game, barring an extra period of play. With it, Sean Smith. He's got 3 fouls, so he hasn't played a whole lot tonight. Preston Yellow now with it, spins it. Moving right to left are the Cobblers here on Yankton, streaming on YouTube. Not many open looks here for the Cobblers as Duran, a nice shake into the lane, left that jumper well short. And right outside of the lane that jumper was. But had a great jab step to get into that position he was in. Bucks for the first time on offense of the second half here tonight. Beck Reichen has it, gets it down low. Conway, cross-court pass. A big collision and knocked out of bounds there by Duran. Almost looked like the heads collided, but neither of them with really any reaction, so you got to assume it was not the heads.
Yeah, it definitely looked a lot worse than it turned out. My heart kind of stopped a little bit. I thought they bonked noggins, and then the Cobbler kid knocked his head on the ground.
That could have been possibly the 2 best players for each side. As Beck Reichen sidesteps it, knocks in a 3, his second of the night. He's up to 16 points. Beck Reichen having a great game and leading his squad. Sean Smith with it, working against Owen Eidsness, hesitates, then brings it up to the elbow, brings it back out to Preston Yellow. That pass tipped by Beck Reichen into the hands of Conway, and they nearly lost it. Drawing a foul there, Beck Reichen, and that, is it on Sean Smith or Preston Yellow?
Kind of unfortunate there. Reichen didn't really get put in the position to be fouled. He kind of just tripped over himself and fell into the defender to draw the foul.
That is Preston Yellow's third foul. He and Sean Smith each with 3, both in the game right now. Only one foul in this third quarter of play so far. Abe O'Brien hands it off. Kudera off target on the 3. Austin Conway got a hand on it, knocked the ball out of bounds as he was trying to get the rebound. Julius Duran here, inbounding for the Cobblers. And a quick zip over to Sean Smith, and they break the full court press of Yankton. To the hands of Preston Yellow it goes. Swings it, Julius Duran has some space there, draws the foul and sinks the shot. Abe O'Brien picks up his second personal, team's first of the quarter. Duran gets the three-point play and has his team back within 5. Beck Reichen brings it down the floor, hands it off Owen Eidsness. Gets it right back to Reichen, who's been the hot hand, finds an open Kudera for a short 2. Beck Reichen the dime. Kudera finishes the job off the glass. Yellow gets it out, gets it right back. Splits the defenders, drives down low. That pass goes out of bounds, and it was slapped off of Abe O'Brien. It would have been out on Rapid City Central, but Cobblers doing a nice job of sending that off of Abe O'Brien. Stays on this side of the floor. Inbounding here, Preston Yellow. Gets it into Owen Bissonette. Thought about settling in for the triple there, decided against it. Swings it up top, Duran. 5.5 to play in the third quarter. 43-36 Yankton leads, but Cobblers with it. Duran drives in a nice bucket and score for him. We've stayed right around this 5-point lead. That's what it was at half, and we're still there with 5:08 to play in the third quarter. Beck Reichen on offense is fouled by Preston Yellow, who's now picked up number 4. That's only the second foul on the Cobblers here in the third quarter, but a big one as the senior will take to the bench. Logan Soderlin will check in his place.
Some of them early fouls are now becoming costly as we get down the stretch.
And that's the thing. You know, say you pick up 3 fouls early and then you don't foul the rest of the game. Okay, didn't really matter that much. Duran intercepts the inbound, brings it the other direction, and Kudera's going to foul. Duran hits the deck. And Kudera, his second foul. His team's got the same amount.
You know, probably an all right foul there. He would have had a breakaway 2 points. Now at least he has to earn it or not even shoot them.
An inbound. So, yeah, you know, it is a good foul. You just got to make sure it's not when he's shooting. With it, Duran wants the 3. Off target. It's launched out of bounds by Bissonette. And Yankton takes back over on offense. A lofted up pass to Kudera and gives it up to Beck Reichen. Beck Reichen works with it. Gives it up to Eidsness, now Kudera. Conway sets a screen for him, finds Abe O'Brien, the open look for 3! It falls! Abe O'Brien scores it, and a timeout on the floor. I didn't see who called it, it was Yankton. Coach Haynes wants to talk things over. We'll take a break, a 30-second break on our end. We'll be back in a moment here when we return. 46-38, the Bucks lead the Cobblers.
Hi, I'm Franny Kiefer with the Yankton School District Alumni Association. We strive to create a community of alumni and friends who support extracurricular and educational opportunities in the Yankton School District. Through scholarships, grants, innovative education opportunities, and staff appreciation. With us, you will keep connected to a community of Yankton School District alumni and friends all over. You can help continue to pay it forward and help future graduates. Register today at the Yankton School District Alumni Association website.
4:35 to go in the third quarter. Bucks lead 46-38, looking for their first back-to-back wins of the season. Gage, it's just been a back-and-forth game still. Yankton has slightly extended their lead in the third quarter by 3 points, but Cobblers certainly aren't out of this one.
No, it's pretty much neck to neck. Luckily, the Bucks had the lead going into half because this one would be right down to the wire if they didn't.
With the basketball, the Cobblers here. Owen Eidsness will cover Sean Smith down the way just to make him work a little for it. And set up in their half-court offense here. Sean Smith bounces it in, gets it to Bissonette. Bissonette to the top of the arc to Sean Smith. Drives it baseline, had some room, an acrobatic finish. That's just an impressive play there by Sean Smith. Found a little bit of room, just bolted towards the hoop.
Beautiful finish.
That was very impressive. That pass nearly taken away as Julius Duran gets tagged with a foul. His first, team's third. It just might be one of those games with a lot of fouls here tonight, Gage.
Yeah, and that's sometimes how the games are. Both teams just playing aggressive. They know their season is really on the line here. They need to make something happen.
So Robert Steele in for Rapid City Central. No change for the Bucks. Owen Eidsness with it, gives it up. Kudera finds some spacing, lost the basketball, dives back on it. He's able to save it, but he gets called for a travel. A great effort, but he just couldn't quite get it back in his hands while maintaining balance or just not rolling, I guess. Cobblers on offense, trailing 6 halfway through our third quarter. Into the corner they move it. Sean Smith working against Kudera. Up top, around the horn it goes. Knocked out of bounds. Last touch by Beck Reichen. And now a timeout called for Coach Hay, a 30-second Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton. Water break. We'll be back in a moment for the remainder of the third quarter here. It's 46-40, Bucks leading this one.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, I need your help. I'm in a real pickle.
How can we help? We clean carpets, furnace and duct cleaning, mold remediation, fire restoration, water damage restoration, office cleaning, and much more.
No, Jerry, I'm in a real pickle. I'm stuck and I can't get out. Hang on, I'll send you a pic so you can see what I mean.
Oh my gosh. When you need it clean, call the Intech team. Fixing pickles since 1984.
3:27 to go in our third quarter of action. It's 46-40. Bucks leading the Cobblers, but it is a close one. A two-possession game. Rapid City Central with possession here. They'll give it up Logan Soderlin. He's got Miles Drotzman all over him. Now Sean Smith, 3 to shoot here for Rapid City Central. They'll have to get up a shot, a heave, and that one gets wedged in out of the hands of Waylon Benbow. And Kudera jumps up, couldn't quite get it. They'll have to ask for help from Duran. Not a very tall team of the Bucks.
No, but it doesn't matter your height if you can just ball.
That is very true, and that's so far, especially last night and parts of this game for the Bucks. A 6-point lead and a chance to extend it. Still, Yankton is not led by 10 at all in this game. They've had multiple 8-point leads, though. Reichen with it, has no dribble, finds Kudera, sets up another 3 off the front iron. It goes. Owen Eidsness gets the offensive rebound. Beck Reichen, the pump fake. His next attempt, no good. Eidsness, a second offensive rebound. Whistles blow, foul is called, and that will be the 4th now on Sean Smith. He and Preston Yellow both have 4 fouls, and really, you're thinking you might just have to play with one of them and tell him, be smart out there. Now, he is going to take to the bench, but that's 2 of the starters in foul trouble here for the Cobblers. The 4th team foul of the 3rd quarter here. And miscommunication on the inbound. Abe O'Brien just barely in time saves that. Miles Drotzman has it on the far side. Beck Reichen pump fakes the deep 3 attempt, gives it up. Eidsness. Jab step into the lane. Now Drotzman wants to drive with it. Scores it from the lane. That's Miles Drotzman's first 2 points of the night. His team back up 8. We'll see if Yankton can get up to a 10-point lead. Moving the ball down the floor, Robert Steele. Logan Soderlund thought about a triple. Steele to Duran. Duran takes a dribble and tries getting it out. A foul, as that was going to be a fast break layup for Yankton. Instead of foul going against Logan Soderlund of the Cobblers, Yankton again in bonus.
Yeah, and they still walk away with their 2 shots, or potentially 2 points here at the free throw line.
So Drotzman, who just got his first 2 points, looking to add 2 more. Drotzman, first of 2, is up and in for a point. This is now the largest lead of the night we've seen for either side. Well, and actually Yankton has led again, has not trailed in this game at all for as close as it's been. Drotzman's second one halfway down before it popped out. Abe O'Brien picks up a foul as he was trying to get the offensive board. That is his 3rd of the game. They've got him down for 2 here on the floor. I must have given him 1 from someone else earlier. So O'Brien actually had 2 fouls. Owen Eidsness got a hand on it, nearly took the basketball away. Robert Steele just getting hounded, and a foul. No, a 10-second violation. Yankton gets the stop defensively.
I was going to say, time was starting to tick longer and longer. I was waiting for that 10-second call.
And right now it feels like Yankton has the opportunity to try and start pulling away. They lead 49-40 with under 2 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Beck Reichen. Up ahead, they move it. Drotzman tries to find Kudera down low. Luckily, it ends up with Owen Eidsness. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will be a turnover on the Bucks offense. Beck Reichen's trying to tell him it wasn't out of bounds. Official, no nonsense, tells him no more of that. And Beck Reichen understands, all right, I'll head back on defense. Owen Eidsness called for a foul here. It just might be one of those days, Gage. We're nearing 10 fouls already in the game. Or excuse me, in the quarter. We had, I think, 16 it was in the second. Beck Reichen got a hand on it, knocks out of bounds. No debate, that one went out. Coach Hay not happy about that, as you could hear him yell out, smart passes. Cobblers with it on offense. Bissonette from downtown. That one nearly going. Abe O'Brien the rebound. It wasn't Bissonette, it was Benbow on the attempt. Cooter drives at baseline, gets cut off. At the free throw line, Abe O'Brien had a good look for 2, but that one won't go. Robert Steele swishes it in for some change. 49-43, a 6-point game, under a minute to go in our 3rd quarter here. Drotzman gives it up, Beck Reichen. Beck Reichen makes a move into the lane, throws it up! What a layup! Beck Reichen having maybe his best game of the season here tonight. 51-43, Bucks lead it. 30 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Another 3 on target. Robert Steele, what have we said? Every time the Bucks near that 10-point lead, a couple of 3s for Rapid City Central gets them right back in it.
Right back in it, and this is a whole new game now after them 2 3s. 51-46. Bucks lead late in the 3rd quarter of action.
Riken with it, takes a screen. Drives with it, just throws it up. Off the front iron it goes. Abe O'Brien, the rebound, and finishes it! Abe O'Brien wanted the foul, but he gets 2 points anyways. What a finish to the third quarter. Abe O'Brien up to 8 points and 4 rebounds, multiple of those from the offensive side. 8 minutes to play, 53-46. Bucks lead this one.
At Anytime Fitness Yankton, your fitness journey starts with one step, and Anytime Fitness will be with you every step of the way. Open 24 hours a day with top-of-the-line equipment and guidance you need to reach your goals. Plus, your membership gives you access to every Anytime Fitness gym anywhere. No matter your goals, no matter the time, you belong at Anytime Fitness Yankton. Located at 2509 Fox Run Parkway. Start today at Anytime Fitness, where your fitness journey never stops.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small, just as it should be. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose, a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of choices to make sure you have the perfect coverage to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
53-46, the Bucks currently lead over the Rapid City Central Cobblers. It's been kind of a foul-filled game and tons of scoring. Yankton has already scored over their season average with a whole quarter to play, and Rapid City Central nearing their average already. Cobblers start with the basketball to open the fourth quarter. With it, Logan Soderlin gives it up top to Benbow. Benbow driving down low, lost the basketball, it goes out of bounds. Full court pressure now from the Cobblers here. Yankton gets it in, Beck Riken now to Kudera. They do get past, and now to set up their offense. Beck Riken thought about the heat check three. Kicks it far side. Kudera, the head fake, drives, finds some space. Mid-range jumper, no good. It's been a slower night for him coming off that 28-point performance. Duran drives with it. He's fouled before he got near the hoop. Miles Drotzman picks up his third personal, team's first. Again, the fouls have been plentiful in this game. Inbound gets in, and with it, Bissonette brings it out up top. Durant pump fakes the three, works against Miles Drotzman. Ball is knocked free, but it stays with the Cobblers. Robert Steele on the near side, Now down low, they move it. Durant gets a double up top. The three, Logan Soderlin short on the attempt. Owen Eidsness got the rebound. Up ahead, wide open. Beck Riken scores it on the dish from Eidsness. 5 assists already for him, and Beck Riken has crossed into 20-point performance. Duran, the step-up three, wants to get something going here. No good, but an offensive rebound for the Cobblers. Robert Steele wants the triple. He can't get it to go. As we kind of mentioned, it felt like the laws of averages have to come into play at some point. It feels like maybe on these last few attempts, that's been the case.
Yeah, a couple of back-to-back misses for the Cobblers. You know, they made all of them in the crucial times earlier in the game, but now they're just not falling.
2 minutes into the fourth quarter, Kudera drives with it, put too much on it. Ball's on the ground, fight for the rebound. Cobblers do get it. 55-46, a 9-point lead for the Bucks. Duran fouled on the attempt. Drotzman, I think, just picked up his fourth. He did. Duran back to the line. Certainly feel like some embellishment on these foul calls. But again, if you got to sell the foul, you got to sell the foul. Your team needs points, let's get them. He's given the Bucks some trouble on the defensive side as he just put in his 16th point. (55-47). It's an 8-point difference. Now make it a 7-point after perfect at the line is Julius Duran. Another timeout called here, and I believe it was from Coach Hay of the Cobblers. 55-48, the Bucks lead. 5:50 to go in this one. Bucks trying for win number 2 in the second night of a back-to-back.
Welcome to Wall of Fame, where style meets customization, specializing in crafting custom clothing and print shirts. We ensure every stitch and every print is of the highest quality, so you get the best clothes every time. We're here for all your promotion needs, and the best part, our process is seamless. Simply share your designs with us and we'll handle the rest. Get custom clothes for the best price. Wall of Fame.
Triple Time Rudy's on the corner of 16th and Broadway, Yankton. Stop in and check out their wide variety of items. Grab some snacks, whether you want chips, popcorn, or something sweet, they have it. Ice cold beverages, or when you need that boost in the morning, coffee. You can also grab the best locally produced meats, meat sticks, and cheeses in the area. Guaranteed fresh. For those hot days, grab a Freezy too. Get all your car needs and 5 cents off a gallon when using cash. All at Triple Time Rudy's, Yankton.
Bucks with the basketball here out of the break. 5:50 to play in the game. They've got a 7-point lead, 55-48. This one might come down to the wire. Bucks trying for back-to-back wins, which would be their 4th win of the year. Beck Reichen, quick pass to Eidsness. Cross court, Kudera with some space here, left it short. Offensive rebound, Abe O'Brien puts it up. He can't get the second attempt, but Kudera gets the offensive rebound. His shot blocked. So with 3 attempts, no points for Yankton on that offensive set. Preston Yellow with it, gives it up Duran. Duran driving with it against Abe O'Brien, floats it in for 2, and he has just been good tonight. Yankton's going to have to try and slow him down in the remaining 5 minutes of the game. Under 5 to go. Abe O'Brien, quick corner 3, nothing but net. Talk about a timely 3. Abe O'Brien having himself a nice night. On the far side, Duran falling out of bounds, just launches the basketball out, and Yankton takes over. Abe O'Brien has quietly gotten himself up to 14 points. What a game it's been for him, along with a handful of offensive rebounds. O'Brien with it, gives it up top, Beck Reichen. Should Owen Eidsness score one more point this game, 4 Bucks in double digits tonight. Conway gives it up to Owen. Owen drives with it, floats it up off the glass. A lot of contact, no foul for either side as that one fell short. Preston Yellow sprints it down the floor and just straight up outruns everybody straight to the hoop for 2.
Sometimes it's just that easy.
And you know what? You can't quite expect Conway to keep up with him there. That's a little unfair there. Beck Reichen pump fakes a 3, drives with it, into the lane goes. His shot denied by Bissonette. Halfway through the 4th quarter, it's a 6-point difference. Bucks on top. Reichen inbounds it. Kudera left wide open. Left it short. It's been a cold shooting night for him so far. Duran trying to bring it coast to coast, spins it into the lane, gets stopped. Gives it out, a 3-point attempt here. Rattles in and out, no good. Bucks a chance to really capitalize here after that last 3 was halfway down before popping out for the Cobblers. Kudera with it, swings it. Eidsness from downtown, swish! Kudera, another assist. Owen Eidsness has scored double digits. 4 Bucks with 10 or more as they lead 9. 61-52, 3:15 to play in this one. Preston Yellow fouled as he fell to the ground. Yankton will pick up their third foul of the quarter. None on Rapid City Central. That's a nice adjustment for the Cobblers to have no fouls here. Riken picks up his second personal. And an inbound coming up for Preston Yellow. Eisnes got a hand on it, knocked it out of bounds. Coach Haynes clearly unhappy with something for his team on the floor. I couldn't make out what he was saying, but it was pretty dead silent, and you knew he was making sure they heard it. I don't care if there's something, is what I heard. Bissonette has it in the lane, gives it out to Duran. Under 3 minutes to go here tonight at the Summit Activities Center. Duran with it, driving down low, gives it up. An open look, Bissonette misses the mid-range jumper. Robert Steele, offensive rebound, no good on his next attempt. Bucks with a 9-point lead. Again, they have never led by 10 or more in this game. An opportunity to do just that here. Jackson Kudera, a crossover, bounces it to Conway. Conway looking for anything, finds a cutter, and Abe O'Brien scores it! Abe O'Brien puts his team up 11 points and a timeout on the floor here. Yankton looking closer and closer to win number 4 on the season. 63-52. 2:25 to go here in the game. We'll take a break. We'll be back in just a moment after this. Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton Water Break on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
The Bone Setter Chiropractic, Yankton. I'm Dr. TJ Stotz. When you need chiropractic, we're here. We use a hands-on approach, decompression traction, electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and state-of-the-art examination techniques. We're happy to offer exercise and supplement advice as well. The Bone Setter Chiropractic, 215 Mulberry, Suite 9, Yankton. Call or text 605-401-5701. Bringing you comfort when there's discomfort.
2:25 to play here tonight. Yankton leads 63-52 after the latest field goal for Abe O'Brien. Bucks would certainly have some momentum should they come out on top here today, and possibly moving up in the standings in AA. Cobblers with the basketball. Preston Yellow brings it down the floor. Bounces it over to Duran, who's 1 point shy of 20 in this one. Bissonette picks up his dribble beyond the perimeter, looking for someone to bail him out. Sean Smith now back in the game with his 4 fouls. A bounce pass down low. That's going to be credited as a steal for Owen Eisnes. Kind of a freebie for him. It'll help the stats a little bit. Under 2 minutes to go. Yankton leads 11. Eisnes drives with it, floats it over the top, put too much. Got his own rebound, though. A handful of players could get the hot hands of the game in today's performance. Jackson Kudera with it, gets by his defender. He's fouled before. He had an opening in the lane. That's only the first foul on the Cobblers here in the quarter. But it is going to be the 5th foul on Sean Smith, who's officially out of the game. You wonder if Yankton scores on this possession. Is that ball game?
Yeah, we're running pretty low on time, 11-point game. You have to be thinking, if you're the Cobblers, you want to come back, you got to foul now.
And just as you said, a foul here for Devin Soderlin on Beck Riken. His second personal, team second as well. Miles Drotzman checks in place of Austin Conway. Now Miles Drotzman, if he gets a foul, he's out of the game. Owen Eisnes sprints over, and it's a backcourt violation. His foot just barely crossed. And, well, that is the stop that the Cobblers needed. If they can get a bucket quick here, we might have ourselves a good finish. Waylon Benbow gets in the inbound to Owen Bissonette. Hands it off here to Preston Yellow. Yellow, they kick it out. 3 here for Logan Soderlin. No good, but an offensive rebound. Duran spins it out, can't get his second attempt. Abe O'Brien pulls it in for his 7th rebound of the game, and he's going to be fouled. The foul goes against Owen Bissonette, his 2nd. Cobblers now up to 3. Kudera gets it in to Miles Drotzman, and Bissonette will pick up number 3.
Now, before this intentional fouling, the Cobblers started with 0 fouls, so 5 full chances here to try to get some turnovers.
They did get their 1, and now looking for another as Duran takes it the other direction. As we just said, looking for one. Soderlund, quick release on the corner 3, no good. Kudera brings it in, and foul again on Rapid City Central, their 5th, and now it's time for bonus free throws. Julius Duran picks up his 2nd personal, and tell you what, Gage, when I played, I loved bonus free throw times when they had to foul at the end, and I always wanted the basketball in my hands. I'll take a few extra points at the end of the game.
Yeah, whatever you can do to pad your stats. You probably always needed a few extra points on yours, too.
Oh, thanks. Kudera knocks in the first of 2. Well, I'll tell you, I ended up at 5'9". Points don't come easy at this height.
No, they do not.
64-52. Yankton leads Rapid City Central. 73 seconds to play. And Kudera gets the 2nd of 2 to go, and it feels like that might just be too late here for the Cobblers, but we could see a miracle. Preston Yellow dives into the foul. 3 free throws coming up here. Beck Reichen will pick up the foul.
Excellent job to get to the line no matter what. Baiting that shot, knowing he was going to have to take it anyways. Throw himself into it to get at least 3 shots.
Preston Yellow to the free throw line again. Beck Reichen picked up his 3rd foul. First of 3, no good. For a moment, they were showing 6 fouls for Beck Reichen on the board. Now they've got it to 3. Yellow gets the next one to go. And for the 3rd attempt here, could bring his team within 11. It does fall. Devin Soderlund comes in for Preston Yellow. Yankton will be forced to inbound it yet again. Inbound gets in. Kudera has it, and now a quick few passes. Beck Reichen is fouled late. Bucks did a nice job of cutting off a good 6 seconds there. As Beck Reichen, the leading scorer in tonight's game, a chance to add a couple more. Exactly 1 minute to play here in the game. No even rebounders over there for Yankton as Reichen gets the first of 2. He's made 9 free throws in the game tonight. Duran picked up his 3rd personal foul. The next one does drop, and Beck Reichen up to 22 points here tonight. Cobblers sprinted down the floor. Soderlund short on it, but he gets his own rebound. Another attempt from range. It bounces around, no good. Kudera the rebound, and he's fouled right away. Duran picks up another foul, his 4th, and Jackson Kudera heads to the free throw line.
Yeah, these free throws probably likely to seal the game now with only 48 seconds left.
And I was a little surprised on the foul there with 48 seconds and down 13. Missed free throw here from Kudera.
I just hold our thoughts.
Cobblers looking for a miracle here tonight. Kudera gets that one to fall. And Bucks lead 14. Again, Rapid City Central just sprinting down the floor. They give it up. Robert Steele, who's been good from downtown, gets another one to go, 68-57. Coach Hay with a quick timeout, a 30-second Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
.7 seconds to play in this one. Bucks are up 68-57. It is an 11-point lead yet, and probably thinking it's a little too late for Rapid City Central, but they are going to still foul. Owen Eidsness gets the rebound. He's then fouled. A little trickery there as you're allowed to change who's passing in the basketball last second there for the Bucks. Owen will head to the free throw line. His scoring has picked up as of late this season, currently a 10-point per game scorer, and he's got just over 10 tonight as that one swirled halfway down and ended up popping out. Gets that one, and Bucks back up 12. Sprinting down the floor, Preston Yellow, short on the three, and is that going to do it? No, a travel for Beck Reichen, who brought in the rebound. (69-57) the score. Cobblers with it. Preston Yellow gets it. The fading three, no good. Duran, the rebound, into the hands of Beck Reichen. That will technically count as a rebound for Reichen as he brings the ball across the floor, and he's just going to be able to dribble it out, and that will wrap up the game here today. Your final score, 69-57. The Bucks with back-to-back victories over Rapid City teams. Yankton, who was just 2-11 2 days ago, is now 4-11. The Cobblers fall to 3-13 on the season as our fourth game in 2 nights wraps up with a Bucks victory. Bucks going 2-0 in their last 2, and the Gazelles dropping there too. But both teams looking to bump up in the standings as we enter late season here. 5 games remaining for both the Bucks and Gazelles for the remainder of the year. Coming up, our First Dakota National Bank post-game show and our hot hands of the game brought to you by Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton. You're not going to want to miss it. That's all on the way here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Les Schwab Tires, located at 2809 Broadway in Yankton. It's the place to buy tires with all different tread types to fit your needs and rims ready to make your vehicle shine. Not only do they sell tires, they fix them too. Flats, brakes, alignments, and more. You can feel confident that your car will be taken care of. No waiting for your tires, they should have them in stock. If you're looking for tractor or semi-tires, those are available too. Les Schwab Tires, where the sign says it all.
MT and RC Smith Insurance has been a part of the Yankton community since 1949. Our agency would love to help you with your home, auto, business, life, and long-term care insurance needs.
We take pride in providing you with quality service when you have a claim or need to make changes to your coverage.
The MT and RC Smith Insurance Agency is flexible to meet with you in person or at the office at 204 West 4th Street. Give them a call for insurance changes, payments, claims, or service requests.
Craving something boss-level delicious? Come out to Boss Pizza and Chicken, where flavor meets delicious and delicious meets drooling. Your taste buds won't be the same when you taste the bold flavors of Boss Pizza and Chicken. From crispy chicken to juicy burgers to handcrafted specialty pizzas, Boss has it all. Serving lunch and dinner Monday through Sunday starting at 11 o'clock. That's why they're the boss. Boss Pizza and Chicken, just waiting to crush your cravings.
Warmer days are coming, and sooner or later your air conditioning will need to kick in as well. But what if it doesn't? Well, don't wait. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling. With 43 years in the business, we're very knowledgeable on what we do and how we serve our customers. You can rest assured that when you call day or night, someone will always pick up the call. Join our elite club today and become a priority member. Skip the line, get discounts on services, and have no overtime fees. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling for expert service from factory-trained technicians.
Slumberland Furniture at 2401 Broadway in Yankton, home of Kirkland Furniture Groups, bedroom groups by Laguna, and dining sets by Tower and Catadel. They're also the only place to offer furniture by Flex Steel and the biggest selection of Lazy Boy in the area. The Mattress Gallery is full of the best brand name mattresses in the business, including the all-new Tempur-Pedic Active Breeze personalized climate-controlled mattress. Slumberland Furniture, dining, bedroom sets, and mattresses in Yankton.
Doctors Lane, Reed, and Cole Swatsky make up the SWAT Chiropractic team. Check out their new location at 2000 Summit Street, Yankton, South Dakota. At SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, they'll treat your neck and back pain, headaches and migraines, plantar fasciitis, sciatica, sports injuries, elbow, knee, rotator cuff, nerve injuries, and more. SWAT Chiropractic, specialized wellness and therapy. Let them get you ready for wherever life leads you.
There's a whole new world out there. It's called the off-road, and it's waiting to be explored in a Polaris. So gear up to make every moment count with the Polaris off-road vehicle. The new Polaris models are now available at Stockman's Motorsports in Yankton. No matter the weather, get ready to tackle all the trails. With machines like these, your world just gets bigger. Stop in at Stockman's Motorsports today to learn more about the epic new Polaris off-road lineup.
And back for the First Dakota National Bank postgame show. First Dakota has proudly supported the dreams and banking needs of their customers for over 150 years. They offer personal, business, and ag banking solutions for every stage of your journey with 2 locations, downtown and North Broadway, Yankton. The Yankton Bucks coming away with a victory here tonight. Your final score, 69-57. Here are your final stats in it. Beck Reichen led the game with 22 points. Also had 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and a steal. Owen Eidsness with 13 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 steals. Kind of did it all here tonight. Jackson Kudera, 15 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, and a steal. Abel Bryan, a very good game for the senior. 16 points, 7 rebounds. And to round off the starters, Austin Conway with 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and a steal. Coming off the bench tonight for the Bucks, Ivan Hirschman with a rebound and an assist. Miles Drotzman with 3 points, 2 rebounds, and an assist. We also saw Grady Walder as that pretty usual 7-8 man rotation for Coach Haynes and his squad. Usually doesn't go a whole lot deeper than that, as it's time for your hot hands of the game. That's brought to you by Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton. Yankton's original and most trusted heating and cooling professionals for over 76 years. They offer, was going into First Dakota. Kaiser Heating and Cooling, 808 West 23rd Street of Yankton. And, well, that's sometimes what happens after your 6th game of the week. And love doing it, but I got to say, ready for a little bit of a break in the action before we get to the games on Tuesday, as both the Bucks and Gazelles will be in Sioux Falls Christian in a doubleheader that, again, barring USD games, will be on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Gage, the Bucks come out with a victory here tonight. What did you see in this one?
I think the Bucks played excellent, over the course of the game. The only problem I could see with this Bucks team is, just kind of fouls. And I don't even know if it was the Bucks' fault per se, or if it was just how the refs were calling a game. Sometimes they call more, sometimes they call less, and it just seemed like everyone was being dinged with fouls on both teams. But other than that, the Bucks made the shots they needed to make. They got a bunch of steals on the defensive side of the ball, a bunch of stops, and they made shots on the offensive side of the court. Good motion, good everything. They played a really solid game.
And yeah, a lot of fouls, but it was on both sides, so you feel like it was evenly called. But a lot of stopping of play, a lot of free throws here tonight as Beck Reichen sunk 10 free throws alone. His team put in 19 19 here tonight, and that's with a few misses. So over 20 free throws. Coach Haynes said getting to the free throw line was going to be important. His team did just that, and putting up 69 points is certainly good for a team that averages just shy of 50 points per game, and they did it here today against Rapid City Central. Again, though, the Bucks winning both of their last two. Gazelles, unfortunately, falling to both Rapid City Stevens and Central. But overall, some good basketball here as the Bucks have picked up their 4th win of the season. No sign of Coach Haynes or any of the Yankton Bucks on the floor yet as we await our post-game interview with him. We should have a happy Coach Haynes. But again, he is a coach, so you're always going to have a critique or two of how your team could have played it better. But either way, a 12-point victory for the Bucks. A win is a win, no matter how you get it. When we return, we'll have our scores and updates around the state, a look at the standings again and what's up to come for the Bucks and Gazelles here on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Imagine working for a successful global business with customers in 140 countries. That's Vishay Intertechnology, a Fortune 1000 maker of electronic componentry. Now imagine a company of that size with that kind of stability and a caring family-like environment. Learn more about what you can do at Vishay by visiting VishayCareers.com. Vishay is an equal opportunity employer. Vishay, the DNA of tech.
When you need top-notch appliances that last, trust the experts at Murph's Appliance. From washers and dryers to refrigerators, they have all the trusted brands to keep your home running smoothly. At Murph's, you'll find Maytag appliances built for durability and service you can count on. Whether it's a new oven or a repair, they're there for you every step of the way. Stop on down to Murph's Appliance, your local Maytag dealer in Vermilion. Maytag and Murph's, reliable just like you.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
I should have had those brakes checked. At Graham Tire, it's all about safety. Tire mounting, balancing, wheel alignment, and shocks and struts and batteries, oil changes, and lube service. Graham Tire does these every day. And there's over an acre of tires. Graham Tire has them all, big and small. Tires for cars, trucks, campers, trailers, big rigs, and tracks. Honesty and integrity is a matter of pride since 1951. Graham Tire, Yankton.
Midwest Insurance Agency values family. Our agency has been family-run for over 60 years. We pride ourselves on excellent, knowledgeable customer service. This day and age, everyone is so eager to have an immediate response with a quote. But at Midwest Insurance, we take our time and evaluate your assets and make sure you are properly insured. We take those what-ifs very seriously. As we continue on our family business with hopes of our children, Brooke or Jet, taking over in the future, we will continue to be there for you always. Come be a part of our family. Midwest Insurance Agency, 3016 Piper Street, Yankton.
Welcome to JR's Oasis, your one-stop food and gas shop. Proud to serve Phillips 66 regular, premium, and diesel fuel. After fueling, go inside for slushies and shakes, ice cream cones, and now offering a full line of healthy, chilled items and snacks. JR's hot menu is great for breakfast, lunch, and supper, featuring the famous Hammer Breakfast Sandwich and fresh hand patty burgers. Try the new Cafe Tango frozen coffees for that extra boost of deliciousness. JR's Oasis, East Highway 50, Yankton.
Back to continue on our first Go to National Bank post-game show with the Yankton Bucks coming away with a win 69-57. And the Gazelles earlier today fell with a final score of 68-45. Bucks improved to 4 wins on the season. It's a time for a look at around the state, some updated scores. In girls AA, again, we just said, Rapid City Central defeating Yankton 50-38. I was reading off the score of my sheet from Rapid City Stevens. It was 50-38 here on the floor earlier today for the Gazelles, falling to Rapid City Central. Number 1 ranked Brandon Valley defeated Sioux Falls Lincoln. The final score 59-12. And a really close one in between Stevens and Harrisburg. We just saw Stevens here last night in a victory over the Gazelles. And Rapid City Stevens, the number 4 ranked team on the media prep poll, defeated Harrisburg 42-40. A nail biter and certainly a good one there. And then in the final score update, Makpialuta, the number 1 ranked team in all of Class A, defeated Douglas 77-23. Again, Makpialuta, you feel like they'd be arguably top 3 in AA, and this is a Class A team. Just really good program there. Again, the Bucks now over to boys AA. The Bucks with a 69-57 victory over Rapid City Central. Number 3 ranked Harrisburg is on top of Rapid City Stevens, entering the fourth quarter 53-34. And then we won't have any score updates on number 8 ranked Class A Makpialuta against Douglas in Douglas. For the Bucks, they get their 4th win of the season, back-to-back wins as they just defeated Stevens and now have defeated Central and feel like they're going to move up certainly in the standings as they came into this one as the 15 seed, and that was improvement from where they were before. For a long time now, the Bucks have kind of been from the outside looking in, and after last night's win, worked their way into the 15th seed and possibly could move up here after today's win.
Yeah, the Bucks played really good today. As I mentioned earlier, I didn't really see anything like too wrong with their game. I guess we'll hear the
analysis.
The true analysis of the game, as I struggle with my words there, but here in a moment. But I thought the Bucks played really good. It's another game to build off of them. Now a 2-game win streak as they look to go down the season should help them a lot in the power points, and we'll just have to see how Yankton plays to finish the season and where they end up. I think they're 15th right now. Without this game factoring in, it should be another 44-ish points.
And I think 41, so Rapid City Central's 1 game below. And that really is one where if Rapid City Central wins 1 or 2 games here down the late stretch, then that's going to actually bump it up for Yankton. But just looking at it right now, Yankton is the 15th seed. They are less than 0.2 of a seed point behind Rapid City Stevens, who just lost today. So their loss, Yankton getting 41 seed points, should have Yankton at least in the 14th spot. And they're probably going to be very close, if not maybe even getting up to that 13 seed where Sturgis Brown is. The 14 seed, if the season ended today, would be taking on T Area, the Titans, and the 13 seed would be taking on Spearfish. Of course, we'll just have to wait to see who the Bucks end up playing. As now, after back-to-back wins, you feel like they're probably feeling good about their chances to continue playing in the Sodak 16. But it's not. It wouldn't be crazy for them too. If they lose out, they probably do miss out. Whereas, just looking at Rapid City Central, who was the 17th seed entering today's game, is 0.17 seed points behind Yankton. Under them in the 18th spot is Pierre T.F. Riggs. Right now, they are 0.24 seed points behind Yankton. Of course, that's not factoring in Yankton's win here today. But it's going to be a close race. Unfortunately for Aberdeen Central, they kind of look like the one team who probably isn't going to have a chance, as they are a good 2 seed points behind the 16th seed. Feels like anywhere down to the 19th seed has an opportunity to possibly make the Sodak 16. Coming up for both the Bucks and Gazelles, again, it's all double headers as this upcoming Tuesday at Sioux Falls Christian. Gazelles on the floor first. And then their final home game of the season next Friday with the T Area Titans. Then 3 road trips to wrap out the season. Well, technically 2. 3 road games, though, for each of the teams here, with the first one will be the 24th of February. That is a Tuesday at Brookings. Again, a doubleheader. And then they wrap out the regular season here with a West River trip in which they'll be against Spearfish in Spearfish and then at Box Elder for the Douglas game. That is to wrap up the regular season. But now Coach Haynes making his way up here for our post-game chat after a victory and back-to-back wins for the first time of the season. should certainly be happy about that. And Coach Haynes, here tonight, your team comes away with a 69-57 victory. Back-to-back wins for the first time of the year. What did you see on the floor tonight?
Yeah, I mean, we knew that Rapid City Central was a dangerous team. I mean, they're hard to guard. 24 for them. I mean, he's a good player. We saw that tonight. Obviously, he can shoot it from the perimeter. We saw his mid-range game. He got to the basket. He got to the free throw line and made his free throws. He's good. And then, obviously, we saw their shooters. And I thought early in the game, they had some guys that are capable shooters. I wouldn't say they're their best shooters, but capable shooters that stepped up and knocked in some shots for them. And that kind of kept them in the game early and gave them some confidence. And next thing you know, you're in for a dogfight. And then off the bench, 32. I mean, he can really shoot it and got it going, so he kept them in the game. But overall, I was just proud of our guys and the way they kept battling and kept making plays, down the stretch. I thought Abel Bryan's three in the corner there was just huge. I think they had cut it to 4 or 5, and they had some momentum going, and they were in the press, and we broke the press, and he was wide open in the corner, and just, no hesitation, stepped up and knocked it in. That was a huge shot. And he's really been playing well the last few weeks for us. And again, I said it last night, and I think there's no coincidence. That's kind of why we're taking the next step up, especially offensively. Abe's really come in and done some nice things for us. Beck Reichen was so solid tonight, a senior point guard. And I thought he played really smart in the second quarter as far as getting to the free throw line when they were in the bonus. I think he made like 8 free throws in the second quarter alone. So he got there all night and stepped up and knocked him in like you need from a senior point guard. And he stepped up and made a couple big threes. And obviously Owen and Jack were good too. And our other guys found ways to contribute even if it wasn't scoring. There's a lot of ways that you can contribute to a basketball game, and everybody that played tonight did that.
And you kind of mentioned the 4 players. We had talked earlier in the season about getting 3 players to score in double digits. Now, at the half, it was 1 point shy of already having 3 players in double digits. You end the game with 4 players who all ended up with 10-plus points in Beck Reichen, Owen Eidsness, Jackson Kudera, and Abe O'Brien. It certainly helps a lot when everyone's doing their part on offense.
Yeah, we knew that. We were capable of that, and that's why we've been saying we still think our best basketball is in front of us because that's the way we're capable of playing. And if you can get that, then it just opens up everybody, right? If you have multiple guys scoring, then it's going to open up Jack to get more looks and more things. It's going to open up Conway inside. It's going to open up driving lanes when you can have multiple guys score like that. So that was huge. It was really nice to see us step up and play well offensively this weekend, and hopefully that's a good momentum booster and confidence booster for us going forward here down the stretch.
And looking forward for next week, you've got Sioux Falls Christian Tuesday, and then on Friday, T-Area, a couple of tough opponents. Your thoughts on the week ahead?
Yeah, 2 of the better teams in the state. Obviously Sioux Falls Christian is, regardless of class, a lot of people would consider them one of, if not the best team in the state. And going into their place is going to be no easy task. But for us, we got to take care of the Yankton Bucks and control what we can control. And that's, again, if we can continue to play well and with confidence offensively, and shore up some things on defense and rebounding. I firmly believe that we can go in there and compete and give ourselves a chance to win the game. But we're going to have to play really well to do that, obviously.
All right, Coach, we'll appreciate the time. We'll chat with you before that Tuesday game.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Zach.
Congrats on the win, by the way. And again, that was head coach Chris Haynes of the Yankton Bucks here, as pretty much wraps it up. Any closing thoughts, Gage?
The Bucks look good, and if they continue this streak, I mean the world's the limit. The sky's the limit, I think is what the saying is for this Bucks team if they keep playing like this down the stretch.
And the Bucks with back-to-back victories, a great way to wrap it up today. Lots of games here. That's just February basketball, as Yankton will be in action Tuesday and Friday. Both games will be broadcasted, all 4 games, I should say, for sure on Yankton, streaming on YouTube, and unless USD games are in the way, also on Classic Hits 106.3. We'll get you back to your regular programming here on Classic Hits 106.3. For Gage Ravelette, I'm Zach Spear for the final time on Yankton, streaming on YouTube today. Have a great rest of your day.
This has been a presentation of Yankton High School basketball from 5 Star Communications. Thanks for tuning in, and join us next time for all Yankton athletics. Go Bucks and Gazelles!